On Citizenship and Immigration. A reminder that we will be meeting for 3 hours today. Today, pursuant to the order of reference of Wednesday, November 16, 2022, the committee will resume consideration of Bill S-245, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, granting citizenship to certain Canadians. We will continue our clause-by-clause study of the bill. When we left off, Mr. Kimmich had just moved an amendment from the floor. It has been distributed to the committee. The floor is open for debate. I have two people on the speaking list, Ms. Kwan and then Mr. Reddycobb. Ms. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we get into Bill S-245, I would like to first off put on the notice the following motion. That pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee undertake a study into the targeted exploitation scheme faced by 700 Punjabi international students in which they were unknowingly defrauded by a, quote, ghost immigration consultant who used inauthentic admission letters for their study visa application, and then this study be comprised of 2 meetings, and that the study consider A, how this situation was allowed to happen, B, why fraudulent documents were not detected until years later when the students began to apply for permanent status, C, the significant harm experienced by students, including financial loss and distress, D, measures necessary to help the students to have their deportation stayed, inadmissibility on the basis of misrepresentation waived, and provide a pathway to permanent status, and E, that the committee also examine how to prevent similar situations from occurring in the future. So I'm putting this motion on notice, Madam Chair. I fully understand that the precedence of the order is for us to finish S-245 for bills to be dealt with, and then we can entertain other studies. So I put that forward. The other thing I would want to note, Madam Chair, is that at the end of the meeting today, I would like to move the following motion at the end of the meeting today, and that the language of that motion is as follows.
Sorry for interrupting. You are saying that you want to move it at the end of the meeting?
Yes, I just want to let folks know so that they can anticipate this. And that motion would read that following news reports that international students admitted to Canada with valid study permits were issued fraudulent college acceptance letters by immigration consultants and are now facing deportation. The committee issue a news release to condemn the actions of these fraudulent ghost consultants and call on the Canadian Border Services Agency to immediately stay pending deportations of affected international students, waive inadmissibility on the basis of misrepresentation, and provide an alternate pathway to permanent status for those impacted, such as the humanitarian and compassionate application process or a broad regularization program. So I just want to let people know that would be my intention to move that motion at the end of meeting today, assuming we can finish S-245.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to see the NDP waking up to this issue, and repeating basically the motion that we've made, that I made here. I'm confused, though. Are we studying it, or are we reporting it? It's confusing. I don't understand what the NDP is trying to do here. So, something we're going to have to talk about. You can't do both. You have to pick one, and I'm not sure that Ms. Kwan knows which one she wants to pick. Just want to let you know that I was in GTA over the weekend. I did meet with these Indian students. I found them, or I saw them at the protest that they're running near the airport in Mississauga. They're actually 24/7 staying at this spot. They're sleeping there, and I was.
I think getting into we are dealing with Bill S-245.
Yes.
So we are doing clause by clause.
So let me just finish, please.
Yes.
And so
it should be to the topic.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
perfect.
Please.
So. And I'd also want to mention that we have over 9,000 signatures. So, Madam Chair, I move that the committee proceed to the consideration of my motion, which reads that pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee conduct a study into news reports that international students admitted into Canada with valid study permits were issued fraudulent college acceptance letters by immigration consultants and are now facing deportation, and that this study undertake at least 3 meetings that the committee invite the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship for one meeting, along with his departmental officials, to testify, that the committee invite the minister responsible for the Canada Border Services Agency for one meeting, along with his department officials, to testify, that the committee invite affected international students and representatives from Colleges and Institutes Canada, and that the committee requests that the Canada Border Services Agency temporarily suspend the deportation of affected international students until those selected as witnesses can testify before the committee. I'd really like to get started debate on this, and I know last time that the Liberals and the NDP shut that down, so I would like to continue on and see if we can debate this issue today. I think it's an important issue that we just aren't willing to give up, and I think it's an important, there's deportations that are happening very quickly, and so this is an urgent issue. I met with Mr. Lovepreet Singh, who is the next person on the list to be deported. I believe it's June 13th. And he was very concerned with the situation and what was going to happen. And so I just feel it's very timely, very important, something that these students and, frankly, everybody in their community is pushing for and really wants to see something done. So I would like to move that we move to that order of business today.
Thank you. Mr. Reddycock, 1 second. Yes. So this is resume to resume. Okay, so this is a non-debatable motion. Here, Mr. Reddycock has asked to have a debate on his motion, so we will go for a vote. We are voting. Mr. Reddycock has moved to resume debate on his motion, so I will ask the clerk to please take the vote. Thank you.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kayabaga.
Non.
Madame Lalonde.
Non.
Mr. Maguire.
Yes.
Mr. Reddycock.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Contre.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
So the motion is defeated. We will now resume our clause-by-clause study on Bill S-245. We have CPC Amendment 5 on the floor. The floor is open for debate. Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Thank you, Chair. In the previous amendment that we debated, which was, I think, shamefully defeated, but many members brought up the issue of resources and allowing access to new Canadians in all parts of the country and in all economic circumstances to allow them to ensure that they could attend in-person citizenship ceremonies. One of the areas where we hear frequently from settlement service providers is rural Canada, that in order to attract and retain new Canadians to rural communities, particularly where there are acute labor shortages, as well as a great desire to attract higher levels of population, that one of the impediments to doing that is actually ensuring that there are resources for a whole gamut of resettlement services, be it language acquisition services, understanding other government service interface points, but also I would add to it ensuring that there are in-person citizenship ceremonies. I also think that it's not just about having access to new Canadians to have citizenship ceremonies where they live and work, particularly in rural Canada, but it's also allowing rural Canadians writ large to participate in these ceremonies. As some of my colleagues discussed earlier in the previous amendment, that when either members of Parliament or members of the community have the opportunity to attend with new Canadians, their taking of the oath of citizenship, it actually builds a sense of community and a sense of pride. And Madam Chair, and I would just reference previous work of this committee, even in different parliaments on settlement services, that oftentimes when you talk to rural municipalities, rural service providers, they will reference the fact that having those opportunities, not just to provide settlement services, but also to provide community events and services that draw the community together and give new Canadians a sense of community, is very important to building cohesion in Canada's pluralism. One of the stated rationales for allowing online as opposed to in-person citizenship is that the government just doesn't have enough resources to get these done. It's to allow people to make it easier. As I stated in previous rationale and previous debate, Madam Chair, I don't think that answer holds water if our overall objective as parliamentarians is to ensure cohesiveness and ceremonies which allow for Canadians to basically share in our pluralism in a really meaningful way. Ergo, I think that this is, if we had accepted this amendment, Chair, it would send a message to the government that they need to provide resources to ensure that there are availability for rural and remote communities to have in-person citizenship ceremonies. So that's my rationale for this. I think my colleague from rural Canada probably has a thing or two to say about that, but I would just say this. To people who are watching, we just tried to put forward a motion on a matter that was very germane and material to many new Canadians who are in really dire straits. People who want to come to this country who are facing deportations because of fraud that the government needs to address. What's happening with this bill is that rather than it being allowed to sort of get through this committee in the format that it was sent to us from the other place, the Senate, a special motion was moved, and it's supported by the NDP and the Liberals, to expand the scope of this bill far beyond what its original intent was. The expectation was that that what was good for the goose would not be good for the gander. So if the Liberals and NDP were hoping that if they opened it up far beyond its scope, that other parliamentarians wouldn't avail themselves by the rules that they set to look at other aspects of the Citizenship Act, which is what we are now doing. I think that this is a very important amendment. However, I do support my colleague, Mr. Redekop, in looking at this particular issue. So, Chair, I would ask that we support this amendment, but also recognize that this is a situation that the Liberals and the NDP put themselves in by the government not tabling legislation to the effect that's in here, as well as cutting a deal with the NDP to open up the scope of the bill in a situation where they could have kept it narrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm definitely going to support this amendment. I think we've talked many times, and I've spoken many times at the committee here about the whole idea of in-person citizenship ceremonies. I hear this from constituents when I speak to them. I hear this particularly where I hear it isn't necessarily from people who haven't gone through it yet, because they don't necessarily know what it is or what they're missing. But in particular, I hear this from people who have gone through the in-person citizenship ceremony. They will tell me things like they made sure they took time off work to be there because it was so important. They invited family to be there. They were excited to see the different dignitaries and other people that are often there and hear the important speeches that people give. But mostly, what they're excited about is for them to actually sit through, experience the moment of taking that oath, and then particularly when they're called up on the stage and get to shake the hands of the officials and receive their actual citizenship papers, and just the excitement of that. And I know that's from their perspective. From my perspective, of course, as an MP, all of us here, I'm sure, have had the ability to go do membership ceremonies, and it's quite a thing to sit there and watch the eyes and the faces of those new citizens, and to see the excitement that they have in their eyes, and particularly when they're coming up on the stage too. If I happen to be there, I'm able to shake their hand and often give them a little Canada pin or something like that. and they're just so excited and overwhelmed. And the other interesting thing that always happens at these ceremonies is the photos. There will be many, many photos taken not only during the ceremony, but particularly after the ceremony ends. Of course, the big star of the ceremony is always the RCMP officer in his red uniform. Everybody wants him to be in the picture, him or her to be in the picture, and that's always a great thrill. And whoever happens to be around, whatever dignitaries or other officials are there, are often in the photos as well. And there can be a lineup that lasts for quite a long time after the ceremony is over, and often we all stay there for an extra hour or more as people come and they want to tell their stories and talk and have their photos taken. And it's quite a lot of fun and very meaningful. I think this is my point. It's very meaningful to the people to go through that experience, to have those photos, to walk across that stage, often with tears in their eyes, and the stories that they tell are often very difficult, but those tears are mostly tears of joy that they are now here and now citizens of Canada, and it's something that, as I said, is very meaningful to them. Contrast that with somebody who's online, and I've heard this from many of my constituents as well, who talk about going on a computer and how it's just not the same. You're in your house, you're trying to make it as official as you can, but the phone rings or the dog needs to be dealt with or whatever happens distracts people from the ceremony. And we all know we've all experienced Zoom meetings. There's a couple of my colleagues are on the Zoom meeting right now and probably experiencing that very thing where there's other distractions, and it's just not the same as the intense thrill of those of us who are here in the room, allowing yourselves to listen in person to what I have to say. And so this is what I hear from them, that having to sit in front of a computer screen and try to make this a meaningful event, it's not something that they're going to be telling stories of in the future. In 2023 we all gathered around Dad's laptop and we tried to see the RCMP officer in the back corner, but we couldn't quite see him, and we got to pretend walk across the stage, and it's just not a story that tells well, and it's not something that will have the same impact, the same memory as these people get older. And so those are the stories that I hear, and it doesn't matter where I go. If I'm in Saskatoon, I hear those stories. I've had the privilege of spending time in other areas.
Redekop,
Yeah.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madam Chair, I just want to caution that we stay on subject and make sure that we do not waste any more time than we've already wasted, and we can talk about what we're here to talk about so that we can pass a bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Kayabaga, she has raised a point of order. Mr. Redekop, what he is discussing is in regards to the amendment which we have on the floor, so it is related to that amendment. Yes, Mr. Redekop, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I was saying, I've had the privilege of traveling to other communities in Canada. Just this past weekend, actually, I was in GTA and visited people in Scarborough, in Mississauga, in Oakville, in Brampton, and there heard similar stories of the significance of citizenship, first of all, but particularly the significance of the ceremony itself. And there's been much discussion about citizenship ceremonies in Canada, actually. There's been, talk about the one-click idea. There's been talk about all of the lack of in-person ceremonies. And so it's definitely something, in the past there really wasn't much to talk about because it was just assumed, and it always was, that you would go to an in-person ceremony, and so that's just what it was. So it wasn't necessarily talked about in that sense of in advance of them, but now it's talked about more, and the desire to have the in-person ceremony. Some will say that it's difficult to do in a rural environment, and it's true, there are more difficulties sometimes, and it's harder to put them on as quickly as you can, but at the same time, it's no less impactful to do it. And just because it's maybe a little bit harder to do doesn't mean it's not something we should do. And so I think even in the cases where you are in a more remote environment, I think it's incumbent upon us as elected officials, and it's incumbent upon the government to actually make a way for there to be an in-person ceremony, regardless of where you are in Canada. And it's something that's, as I said, so meaningful to people. I don't think it's fair to take that away from them and to remove that ability from them to be able to have that. And so whether you live in GTA or whether you live in rural Saskatchewan, I think it's important that that ability is there. And as I said, the evidence from those who have talked to me about the value of the in-person ceremony certainly would bear that out, would say the same thing. And so that's why it's important for us to put this in here. I think the other thing that I would say about this. Yep, sure.
The vote has been called? Yeah, for concurrence in the committee. 30 minutes, guys? A vote has been called in the House. The bells are ringing. I need the unanimous consent to continue the meeting, just like so that we can stop it at 5 minutes before. No, we don't have unanimous consent, so the meeting is suspended, and we will come back after the votes. We are on clause by clause for Bill S245. We have the CPC Amendment 5 on the floor. Seeing no one for the Mr. Reddycop?
I was speaking on this.
Yes, Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you. Yes, I was speaking when the bell started ringing. Just to quickly reiterate, I believe it's really important that we do our citizenship ceremonies in person. As I said when I spoke before, people have asked me for that. People have commented on how important it is to them when they look back in time and remember that moment when they had their citizenship ceremony, and all of the photos that they have, the experience they had, shaking hands, the photo with the RCMP officer and the officials and all that. And it's a very important thing to them, and something that I think is really important that we continue and not allow to be minimized, I guess, by doing it in an online form where it's just a matter of being on a Zoom call and trying to follow along. I think that really minimizes the significance of the citizenship oath, and so I think that's why it's very important.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Reddycop. If you can, you are repeating things again,
Yes.
so please make sure what you have already said may not be repeated.
Yes, well,
Thank you.
and you'll be happy to know that I am pretty much at the end of what I wanted to say. I just wanted to quickly re-summarize what it was I said, just trying to get my thoughts together. And I also just want to mention, Madam Chair, before we move to the next clause, we have another amendment after this one, just so that you know. There's another one coming there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. McGuire? Second. Sorry for interrupting. The bells are ringing again.
Oh, darn.
Huh? How much? Okay, so the bells are ringing. Do I have the unanimous consent to continue the meeting?
No.
And
Thank you.
we do not have we do not have unanimous consent, so we will come back 10 minutes after the vote happens. So the meeting is suspended.
Madam Clerk, it says 29 minutes.
Doing clause by clause, Bill S245. We have CPC Amendment number 5 on the floor, and I have Mr. Maguire on the list. Mr. Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very much in favor of this this amendment, this motion. The Conservatives number 5, if you will, for the new clause. And there's many reasons. I've got a very good friend who happens to be the general manager now of the Provincial Exhibition in Manitoba, Mark Humphreys. And Mark's a great guy. He does a lot of things. He's got a band that includes most of the music teachers in southwest Manitoba. He came from England, where he played in big bands over there. He has a tremendous experience in regards to a lot of different areas. I met him a long time ago before, just after he came. He's been in Canada about 7-8 years now, maybe 10. And I met him when I was a member of the Legislative Assembly, so it would be more than 10 years ago, Madam Chair. He's quite an entrepreneur. He's worked his way into being into politics as well. He's a municipal councillor in his local area and Western Manitoba. He's, as I said, he has become the general manager of the Provincial Exhibition of Manitoba, which puts on...
If you can keep it on topic.
I'm certainly going to be there.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is pertinent in the fact that he has mentioned to me many, many times how important it was for him to get a citizenship, a Canadian citizenship in person. He is an entrepreneur running his own operation in Western Manitoba, just to the west of Virden, in between there and the Saskatchewan border. And he's hoping that many of these ceremonies can continue to be conducted at future events in the provincial exhibition. He described getting his citizenship, and I was there today to shake his hand, give him a little Canadian flag and a pin as well. And I see Mr. Dollywell knows exactly what I'm talking about. The pride that he took that day, exhilarating pride, that I can still remember his smile as he and his family came through the citizenship ceremony that was done live in Brandon. He never knew when he became a Canadian citizen that he would ever be the general manager of the provincial exhibition, the Keystone Centre in Brandon, Manitoba, of where his headquarters are. He's done a tremendous amount of work to rejuvenate the exhibits and the entertainment that comes from that facility, and bringing in musicians and that sort of thing from all over North America. And it has been a great plus. His predecessors did a good job as well. I'm not putting anyone down here, but the pride that Mr. Humphreys has shown is pretty tremendous for how he has taken on Canadian citizenship, coming from England, and continuing to develop our whole area. Virtually everybody in the whole region knows him. He's only been here just over a decade, Madam Chair. To show you the responsibility of that, he's been a municipal councillor, as I said. He runs his own business. He's a general manager of the Provincial Exhibition in Manitoba now. His wife is also an entrepreneur, and because I know the type of operation that they have on their own farm, rural area, and she also serves as a substitute teacher. This is a family that has felt that education was extremely important. Their daughter's taking her Manitoba Bar this month, and their son is in the latter stages of achieving his PhD. They know how important it is to provide the opportunity for their children to have been educated and grow up in Canada, and the pride that they all felt in getting their...
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. McGuire. You can please keep your points on the topic of the amendment which we have on the floor.
Well, it's very important, Madam Chair.
Yes,
because,
so please keep your remarks in line with the amendment.
I'm just trying to point out, Madam Chair, and I am pointing out how important it is and how successful this family has gone on, having received their Canadian citizenship, and he has felt being in person. He has another reason for that as well, because of the facility that he is now the general manager of, where he did get his Canadian citizenship in what's called the Dome Building, one of the few buildings that's left in Canada that was built from the Dominion Fairs of the 1880 to 1925 period. There's only one left. There's a bit of a one that hasn't been rejuvenated here in Ottawa, but the other one is in Brandon. It's been fully renovated, and it's a great facility for these types of programs. Being the new general manager, he would like to see that facility used for many, many, many more citizenship ceremonies in person. And I would say that I'd just like to give a quote that he wrote to me, and it says, "As a new ambassador for this much-cherished Manitoba organization, I would welcome the opportunity to have physical ceremonies return to our summer event, and indeed suggest the addition of citizenship ceremonies to the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair held in March of every year, the last week of March and school break. So children could attend this as well because they're all out of school at that time as well, Madam Chair. And of course the Royal Manitoba Fair is only one of 2 fairs in Canada to get that designation of Royal, the Toronto Royal and the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair in Brandon, Manitoba." He added, and I quote, "Canada encourages and welcomes with open arms immigrants from overseas. We must return to and recognize the importance of our citizenship ceremonies." End quote. So, Madam Chair, that is a pretty tremendous...
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. McGuire. I think the bells are ringing again.
Oh, darn, just in time.
No, it's okay. They'll give you a little break now.
I was wearing out.
Larry, 30 minutes.
The bells are ringing. A vote has been called. Do I have the unanimous consent to proceed with the meeting?
Yes.
We don't have unanimous consent.
I say yes.
Yeah, I'm hearing some no's, so the meeting is suspended. Huh? CPC Amendment 5 on the floor. I have exhausted the speakers list, and we will go. Yes, Mr. Messier. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. And just to remind the committee, this is 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is to be amended as the following. 24-2, bracket 2, the Department of Citizenship and Immigration shall arrange for all oath and citizenship ceremonies to be conducted in person and including rural and remote communities. Correct?
Yeah, that's what we have.
Okay, very good. So I just thought I'd share with the committee a story. So I'm from rural Canada. Dauphin Swan River Neepawa is my riding out of Manitoba. So it's the riding is the size of Nova Scotia. It has over 200 communities, 38 municipalities, 14 First Nations, and 28 Hutterite colonies. Second most spoken language is German, actually, not Ukrainian, as a lot of people think it would be. In there's a national park. It's called Riding Mountain National Park. I got first elected in 2019. And I had never attended a citizenship ceremony. It was never a big thing. I was a citizen, so it didn't really matter. In our riding, there's so Dauphin Swan River Neepawa. Neepawa is a growing community. It has a hog processing plant, High Life there, and they immigrate Filipino people mostly to work at that plant. That plant, the community of right now of 4,000 has expanded. And 51% of that community now speak, their second language is Filipino. It's basically changed the whole dynamic of that community has been there for many, many years.
1 second. We have a point of order. Ms. Kayabaga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is now 7:10 p.m. and I do think that it's important that we keep everything in context. I would caution our colleagues not to share personal stories that are not relevant to what we are talking about right now. It's 7 p.m. I think people want this bill to pass. Let's get back to talking about the amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Kayabaga. We are getting into debate. Thank you, Ms. Kayabaga. Yes, I have reminded other members also, and just remind Mr. Messier to please keep your remarks relevant to the amendment which we have on the floor. So please, Mr. Messier.
Yeah. So basically, I was setting the stage for why these are so important, especially to a rural community like the people that I represent. 2019, I attended my first citizenship award ceremony. My predecessor, Robert Sopak, had hosted it. So it was up. We brought a judge in from Winnipeg. It was a wonderful community, which is actually 3 hours away. The judge was there, the oath of directors, all the pomp and ceremony was there. And meanwhile, there was 200 people standing down on below the stage, being ready to be sworn in. This is my first time I've ever attended anything. And as I got talking to the different people and there was actually someone brought in a sister from California, a Filipino person. They came in through the U.S. side and they came to Canada to watch them to be sworn in as citizens into Canada. And I'll have to tell you, it was one of those moments you sort of realize just how precious a country we have here, and it was all in person. You couldn't have brought these people together. For people to come up from all the way from California, for people to come in and go through the process of absolutely wanting to be Canadian and being a Canadian citizen and cherish that moment, I think it's something that magical that we don't need to lose. And that's why I'm so much in favor of this amendment. And I'm thankful that my colleagues actually brought this forward. And I think we all get it. It is pretty special to be Canadian, and I think we should really appreciate that and encourage people to celebrate it whenever new citizens come into this country. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Next I have is Mr. Hobak. Mr. Hobak.
Like that. Thank you, Chair. I just want to build upon that. When I did my first citizenship, I didn't think much of it until I was actually there participating in it. When you have people from different cultures really standing there arm to arm, basically in the same ceremony, and they start to sense what it is to be a Canadian. We are made up of a variety of different cultures, people from all sorts of different backgrounds, and at this ethnic, my Norwegian tongue is going to let me go, different ethnic backgrounds. And, we are a melting pot. We bring people together. We take advantage of each other's strengths, and we build a better country because of it. But if you didn't have that ceremony in person, you wouldn't see that. If you just clicked on Zoom and said, okay, I'm a citizen, it doesn't mean the same. And I don't think we should belittle the fact that it's an honor to be a citizen of Canada. It is something that they've worked really hard to become. The hoops they have to jump through to get to that point of being a citizenship, we shouldn't shorten that. We shouldn't belittle it. We should make sure that they recognize that this is something great and they've accomplished something great to be a citizen of Canada. So, this is a simple amendment that can move forward that. I think we all parties look at and say, you know what, this makes a lot of sense. So I don't want to see that taken away from those individuals. I don't want to see that taken away from them and their families. I don't want to see the first impression once they're a citizen of Canada something that they see on Zoom. I want them to experience it with other people at the same time. So that's why I think it's very important that we actually put that in here and we maintain that. It sure costs money. Everything costs money. But you know what? These people become a fabric of our society. They become our next workforce. They integrate right into the rest of Canada. They make us the greatness that we are. So let's make sure we set them off on the right foot. And just having a simple ceremony means so much to them. Why would we reject that or prevent that from happening? So I think this amendment would be a good step in that direction. Thank you, Chair.
Mr.
Abul
Taif.
Well, thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. It's also, I'm first-generation immigrant. I had my ceremony around April 1994. And that was a good story when I went to receive my citizenship and take the picture from the judge. There was a gentleman sitting right beside him, and he's from Lebanon too. I never met the guy before. It happened that he had my first name and my middle name, same thing. So the judge looked at this distinguished guy and he said to him, "You think this gentleman is going to be as distinguished as yourself?" And the guy said, "Well, I hope so. I mean, he seemed to be like, And
Order, Madam Chair.
after the
Skayabaga.
Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate that we want to stick to the amendments and not tell personal stories.
I need a couple
Thank
of
you,
minutes.
Ms. Skayabaga. This
Just-
is
just
not
a
a
couple
point
of
of
minutes.
order.
Please let me
yeah.
finish.
Just to remind you, like Mr. Taif, please, it should be relevant to the amendment which we have on the floor. If I can request everyone to just speak through the chair and not speak across the aisles. All the questions should be directed through the chair. Yes, please.
So get into this. We have an individual that called us actually last week, asking us not to, to give up the tradition of having people attending those ceremonies and be there, have the pride to receive one of the most distinguished citizenships. So I think the tradition is very important. I think we can afford it one way or the other to continue having those ceremonies. People can meet. This is a great place for people to meet and get to know each other. It's a place of opportunity. It just makes people appreciate more the many cultures or many people from all different walk of lives getting together at one place to receive and celebrate together having the honor of being Canadians. So I hope that the rest of the members around this table from all parties appreciate that and go along with this amendment. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thanks, Chair.
Ready, call?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we're ready to go to the vote, and I just wanted to remind you that we have another amendment after this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on the amendment, CPC Amendment 5.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No?
Mr. El Khoury.
You didn't speak for long. I said to speak for 10 hours.
Please, we are in the middle of the vote.
Madame Kayabaga.
No conversations.
Wow, you're tough.
We are in the middle of the vote.
Désolé, Madame Kayabaga.
Je vote contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Non.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Yes.
Mr. Mazer.
Yes.
Mr. Hoback. Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Avec tout mon cœur, non.
Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
The amendment is defeated, not carried. Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a new amendment. It's a new clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, section 224 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24(3), the oath of citizenship cannot be completed through an online web form. And that's the amendment, and there it is for you.
Thank you. Mr. Reddycop has moved an amendment. The clerk is sending it to everyone. Hope everyone has received it in both official languages. Mr. Mazier.
Thank you. This one is really important, especially when it comes to rural Canada. Connectivity in rural Canada, as you know, is not very good. Over 50%, over 1 million homes right now in rural Canada are still not connected, and over 50% of the First Nations are still not connected. So you might say, oh, but we're talking about an oath ceremony. It doesn't really matter. It matters. You need to be connected to do something online. And I think we all forget that when it becomes connectivity here in Canada. And you don't have to be that far out of a big city or in a rural municipality to really understand how disconnected we are in Canada here. So you can imagine someone living in Neepawa, Manitoba, rooted up their whole life and all that want to be part of this Canadian ceremonies, and they can't even be that. And if anything should be amended on this, this should be not. This is something that, while you need to have the ability to be able to connect online, this is really something that is kind of really important. You got to make sure that they are connected in the first place. So I don't know. I think it's something that needs to be addressed, and it's for the these people have made an honest effort to be Canadian, and I think they need to be included. And I don't think anybody gets just how important it is to make sure that rural Canada is connected. So with that, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, one thing about rural Canada, that's where we do experience high rates of unemployment. And that's where a lot of immigrants are actually relocating to because of the job opportunities that they have in the smaller communities, for example, in rural Saskatchewan. And they become a vital member of our communities, and they're much appreciated, and the work they do is very much respected and, again, appreciated. But it still comes back to the fact that you're going to do something as important in their life over Zoom. Like, really? Like, that's what we're going to do? That's what we've, demigrated the citizenship of a Canadian to be just click on Zoom and you're done? Like, there needs to be more. This isn't good enough. So, this amendment speaks directly to that. Why would you be so heartless and not give them a chance to actually be and experience a proper presentation of that citizenship? Why would you sit there and say, good enough, Zoom's good enough, and then you put them into rural Saskatchewan where they may not have internet access or very limited internet access. So they're going to get halfway through the ceremony and all of a sudden it cuts out. Well, are they half a citizen or a full citizen? It doesn't, it's not Ottawa, it's not Toronto, it's not down Vancouver. And there's some real reality problems with this proposal of doing it over Zoom. I just think it's impersonal. I just think it's wrong. I think it's unimaginable that we'd think this is a good idea. So why would we go down this path? I just don't understand what we're trying to save or do here. It just seems ridiculous to me, Speaker, or Madam Chair. So, I hopefully will see some consensus around this table just out of the common decency of who you are and understanding the type of people that we're bringing into this country, some really, really good people into rural parts of our country. Let's give them a proper citizenship ceremony. And I'm sorry, Zoom doesn't cut it. Teams doesn't cut it. You got to be face-to-face. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Reddycop.
Yep.
Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be really clear on exactly what this amendment is talking about, the minister has proposed that in the future, rather than going to an in-person ceremony, rather than going to a Zoom ceremony, that there would be a button that one could click online, that they would navigate to a web page and click, and that would be the extent of the citizenship process for them. So we're not even talking now whether we're in person or on Zoom. There is no ceremony at all. There isn't even a picture of the RCMP person dressed up in uniform. And so this is an important issue because for all the things that we've talked about prior to this, it is so important that citizens have the ability to remember the time they became a citizen, that they have the chance to have the photos with the dignitaries, with the people that are there, that they receive a memento, even if it's a little flag or a piece of paper, rather than getting a package in the mail after they've clicked. I mean, it takes more work to order a package on Amazon than it would do to do this. And all in the name of supposedly of efficiency and trying to move people through the process. I'm all for efficiency. I think we really do need to improve the way that IRCC works, but I don't think it's right or fair that deficiencies and problems in IRCC get paid for and sacrifice the people at the end of the chain who are getting their citizenship. Effectively, what's happening is that there's problems, there's inefficiencies, there's things that aren't working well in IRCC, and the solution to that is to skip over all that and go to the end of the process and have people click to get their citizenship because it'll save a couple of months, when in reality, that's not the problem. The problem is at other stages of the process. And so I find it disconcerting to me that this would be a solution that would be proposed for that, because I think obviously the real solution is to fix the issues at IRCC, fix the backlogs, speed up the time. That's what we need to do, rather than having citizenship by click. And I also want to just refer to the study that was done. The IRCC did some surveying on this, and there was an article in the news this week about that. And there were lots of comments that were received, both sides, some positive, some negative. But looking at the story, of course, the government did not release the details or the final numbers of this study because they're keeping that information to themselves. But my guess, looking at the comments, is that there was an awful lot of opposition to the idea. There were a lot of people who thought this was a terrible idea, that it's just something that shouldn't be done. Apparently, there were about 700 comments, which I find surprising. I would wonder if there were more than that. But you know, one person said this is a horrible idea in big capital letters, and I think that would echo a lot of what we've heard from others, and from sort of the same logic as we talked about on the Zoom citizenship idea. It's the same kind of thinking. The same people are going to have the same opinions about that. The newcomers to our country who are becoming citizens are going to have the same opinions, that they want to be there. They want to feel the moment. They want, as my colleague Mr. Mazur said.
Mr. Redekop, if you can avoid repeating things, so please stay on the point on this amendment, and if you can avoid the repetition.
Okay, for sure. So the people that want to bring in their relatives to be at that ceremony, you can't bring in somebody to watch you click a button. It just doesn't work that way. So that's something that's really important. And I am curious, I think, to maybe hear from my other rural colleagues here. Mr. Mazur maybe spoke a bit about it, but just the whole idea of connectivity, and if you're relying on the internet to do this, you know, we all know that internet connectivity, as you get outside of the major centers, is a problem. And so I live in Saskatoon. We have reasonable internet there. But I'm kind of curious to hear the points of view from rural Manitoba and rural Saskatchewan, because I think that is something that would be an issue with this. So I think for the moment, I think I've said what I need to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mazur?
My colleague here, Mr. Redekop, just kind of brought to my attention. I believe you're officials from IRCC. Is that correct? So, and I guess right now our reality for dealing with the IRCC online is we wait for 2 weeks we make an appointment, our staff makes an appointment, then they wait for 2 weeks and they got an hour's window, and it's quite a scheduling coordination 2 weeks out. And I can't imagine, like, if something were to happen with the website or something were to happen in this process, has there been any
Point of order, Madam
discussion around this amendment to say?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mazier, Ms. Kayabaga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind us that we are talking about the importance of in-person ceremonies, and
Importance of what?
The member opposite is talking about is not on the amendment. So I would caution that we get back to the amendment.
Sorry for interrupting, Ms. Kayabaga. That's not a point of order. Right now, the amendment which we have is on the oath of the citizenship cannot be completed through an online web form. So that's the amendment we have, Mr. Mazier.
Can you
Yes,
ask the
Mr.
member, we can't hear her. Like, when she speaks, I can't hear her. The volume is very
Okay, so
low.
I will ask, I'll go to Mr. Mazier. Meanwhile, if I will ask the clerk to please do the sound check. Mr. Mazier.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if the IRCC has looked at this and have they done any studies? Have they looked at it and said, well, we can make this work for citizens all the time? Is there going to be a 1-800 number? How does this going to work?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I'm having difficulty hearing the members this evening, and so I'm using the earpiece. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So first point, if I could just ask if those tabling motions during the session could also share those motions with us, so that we can have an opportunity to review those in real time, and that'll save everyone time and be greatly appreciated. In response to the member's question, what I would say is that
if we could take a minute, we could copy this and give it to the officials so that they would have this. Could we do that?
Yes, I will ask the clerk to do it. So, Ms. Girard, please continue. Yeah.
See it. Let's let her see it before she continues.
He's giving it like she already started her conversation. Let her continue. Like it is being provided to her. It is being provided to her. Ms. Girard, please continue.
Point of order, Chair. You would agree that it should give a better answer if she had the information in front of her. So why would
to her? So I have made a decision. The information is going to her. She was already saying something.
So you're
she
gonna
needs to
ignore her?
complete. She needs to complete her information. Ms. Girard.
without the information?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I understood the question, but just to make a general point, as motions are being tabled during the hearing, in response to the member's question about whether the department has done a study with regard to people's participation online, what I'd like to do is take an opportunity to correct the record about what the regulatory proposal actually is, which has been mischaracterized in the media and through some of the concerns we've heard publicly, but also during these hearings. The proposal is to maintain citizenship ceremonies, so I'd like to be clear that we agree citizenship ceremonies are important and they will continue. Secondly, the proposal is to give citizenship applicants the choice in terms of how they wish to proceed with their ceremony. And the first choice that applicants would need to make under the proposed regulatory change is whether they wish to take the oath at a ceremony as now. And so that's really important to emphasize that it would be the choice of the applicant. And so where they're wanting to do that participation in person as they do now, and where a connection may be an impediment, that choice will be for the applicant to make. Secondly, the second choice that will be available to applicants is whether to instead take that oath online. And there could be many good reasons why people may need to make that choice. We've heard of some of them at the previous hearing. And those electing to take their oath online would have the ability to participate in their ceremony once again, but at a later date, so that they're not falling behind in terms of their access to citizenship. And just in terms of the why of this proposal, as we heard, there are some who may not be able to afford to travel a distance to participate at a ceremony in person. There are some who may not be able to afford to take a day off work. Affordability is an issue for many that we know out there. Thirdly, in terms of accessibility, we have options now, but the Government of Canada needs to do better. And this proposal is really looking to give people who may need better options of accessibility for reasons of disability, for reasons of debilitating illness, for other kinds of reasons that may require accommodation, an avenue where they don't have to make a case to an official, ask for an exception to be made so that they can have a virtual ceremony or some other accommodation to enable them to be citizens, to be like everyone else who can make it to a ceremony in person or virtually, to have a dedicated service offering or service channel for them. And that's what an electronic oath would provide, in addition to those options to continue to participate at ceremonies, to take the oath, as is currently the case. And so then, in summary, we haven't had to do the type of study that the member asked about, and I'm grateful for the question, because once again, the proposal is to offer that choice to our clients in order to better meet the needs of a variety of circumstances in cities, in rural communities across this great country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard. Mr. Abutayev? We'll come back to you. So, yeah, we finished with you, so it's Mr. Abutayev, then we will come back to you.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Reddycop.
I believe the process that you've been using before is if there's questions for the officials.
But like if he finished and
but
then...
he just asked a question.
Okay, Mr. Mazier.
Thank you.
There's new information. So they do have a, currently, right now, they do have a choice right now. Correct? And,
Madam Chair, the proposal is at the proposal stage. It hasn't been implemented. And so currently, applicants are required to attend a ceremony, to take their oath at a ceremony, because that is the law. And so applicants must take their oath at a ceremony in order to complete the final requirement to become Canadian citizens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mazier.
Here's the reality. I happen to just run across, for those people in the rural areas, I was wondering, is there going to be any tools available, like who provides these tools for the local communities for the IRCC? Is it them that's going to say, here, your local citizens are having the ceremony, here's what the IRCC will supply? I don't know how that's all going to work. Like, if something goes south, who are they going to talk to? Like, is there going to be here, you can please 1-800? Is there going to be a chat? Has there been any allocation or any thought put into that? So right now, the problem with the websites and in general with any government website, and I'm sure the witness has had the some experience with websites. The government websites are very onerous. They don't act very well. They're not friendly. So then you're on the phone with somebody for many, many hours. And a lot of these new citizens, they're just trying to keep a job and trying to be in the best approval so they can get approved to be good citizens. So, I mean, how are we making that more friendly, and how would this process work, or what is the plans for that to make that more friendly?
Madam Chair, those kinds of considerations will have to be factored into more detailed implementation plans, which are ahead of us. And it's in everyone's interest that applicants receive their citizenship in a timely way, and that this happen more quickly, which is the goal that the department is working towards. And so those kinds of practical considerations will have to be factored into the implementation plans, which are still to be developed, because we're at the proposal stage at this point in time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I guess I'll share with you one last story. I live here in Ottawa in an apartment, and the concierge downstairs was going through their citizenship awards. So I was checking in 10 o'clock at night, and he says, "Oh, I'm going for my I've got a 9 o'clock meeting that I got to go online, and I've got to go to this. I guess it's next Monday. He says, you wouldn't happen to have a Canadian flag, would you? I said, what do you mean Canadian flag? He says, yeah, well, I'd like to have a backdrop, display that I'm going to be a Canadian citizen. So, sure. So I grabbed him one, brought it back for him, and then it was come to the day. He goes, I don't know. I got to stay here till midnight, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Like he was going to go. He was all excited. I said, no, you go celebrate that. Like, you've done a great thing. But going online, if it wasn't for me encouraging him, he would have just went and clicked, bang, and he would have been, oh, well, there you go, I'm a Canadian citizen. So what I ended up doing actually that day, I ended up a nice certificate. I made it up for him. This is in downtown Ottawa. The guy was right here in our nation's capital, and he didn't even think it was worth his time to go online to be a Canadian citizen. Like, there's something wrong with that picture. And I think the department, I ask you to please review that, and somehow in these regulations that we reflected how much we do appreciate people becoming new citizens in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Abutayev.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the department being here with us today. I've got a few short questions. The first question, have the department run a pilot project to make sure that the system that is proposed is going to work?
Madam Chair, it's not planned to have a pilot project, as far as I'm aware at this point in time, but we do have implementation planning to do to support this proposal in the months ahead. And typically, when we develop implementation plans for any regulatory or legislative proposal, there's a lot of effort that goes into it on a lot of fronts to ensure that it can be implemented smoothly. The department and I personally and the experts at this table have a lot of experience in this area in terms of what needs to go into it on the planning side to ensure a smooth implementation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. How, based on your knowledge with the, let's say, call it an application or software, how does the software determine that the applicant is in Canada as per the existing rules that you have to be in Canada in order to be able to attend the ceremony personally and physically to receive your citizenship? So based on the design of the software, how do we determine that the applicant is in Canada?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. We don't have the software, the system solution in place as of yet, but the member is correct that an important part of our process is verifying the identity of the applicant at different stages as required in the process. And so those verifications that need to be done will be completed. As part of those plans to support the implementation of an initiative like this one, as we would with any initiative that we could be working to implement in this area, including the current bill under study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Abutayev.
With cyber attacks and we know the nothing's safe online these days. That's such an important process. How do we? To your knowledge, is the firewalls or the cybersecurity aspect of this software? Has it been developed or yet to be developed in order to be able to ensure that the process is safe and legit?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, the implementation of an initiative like this one, as with any implementation plans related to a regulatory or a legislative initiative like this bill, are linked to and reliant on Government of Canada systems that we already have in place that respect and that have a number of safety protocols, firewalls, as required by various Government of Canada policies and are already in place. And so we have to operate within that framework as part of our implementation preparations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Abutayev.
One final question. So if an applicant failed to connect due to either weak or unavailable connection. What happened? I guess they will be pushed to another date. Is there any idea how long this could be? Could be 3 months down, could be 6 months down, especially if it's not at fault of the applicant. So is there any idea within the department on how this can be handled? Will it be consistent 3 months, 6 months, whatever, or will the computer be given another date automatically? How does that work?
Ms. Girard.
Yes, thank you for the question. The member is correct that we currently have systems in place where if someone, through no fault of their own, is not able to attend their ceremony currently, that we work diligently to obtain another date for the person that's fairly close in time, but it's possible that some weeks may elapse. The goal with an initiative like this one to further leverage technology is to really collapse the wait times for the applicant so that they can not have to wait so much time for that opportunity to come around again, and so that they can become a citizen sooner in time and attend the ceremony if that was indeed how they opted to be taking their oath and complete the final requirement. Thank you.
One final question, if that's okay, if I may.
Mr. Butayev?
Yeah. Will, at some point, do you envision that this process can be done at embassy level, since it's electronically, basically? Has this been discussed among the department or has been requested? Because, again, if we can't guarantee that or understand or know that the people that apply are physically residing in Canada to apply for their citizenship and using the application as such a convenient way to do so, I mean, we could be next step that the embassy will say, okay, I can process it at the embassy level, and I can initiate that call, and I can have this sort of the program run from far away, and that could be what's coming next. So. Has this been discussed? Is there, is this out of imagination that you think that could happen one day?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, it hasn't been requested. However, there is already some legal authority in the legislation, but I can tell you from years of experience in the citizenship program that those circumstances where somebody may be looking to complete their citizenship process from abroad tend to be more exceptional. I have served abroad in a couple of countries in North Asia and South Asia, and I have encountered situations where someone was on the verge of having their citizenship ceremony and had a devastating death in the family and had to go home for a funeral. Sometimes was back in their home country longer than intended if they were having to settle estate matters and so on. And then you can have world events like the pandemic. And someone was on the verge of becoming a Canadian, but they couldn't physically get to their ceremony. And then the question is, well, if they're a permanent resident, can they benefit from evacuation procedures or what are the circumstances? So there are occasionally exceptional circumstances where there is some leeway and we get requests, but it's not the norm. Obviously, the vast majority, I would say likely 99% of applicants are here. They're fulfilling their requirements. They're anxious for their ceremony, but they would like it to happen sooner in time. And the department is working on a number of initiatives to offer more options to people in a variety of circumstances, including the really exceptional ones that are through no fault of the person's own actions, as the member mentioned previously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that note, Madam Girard, so I guess the first question is, just to be clear, do you have to be in Canada to swear your oath?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, I'll have to go back and consult the legislation just to ensure I'm giving an accurate answer. So I will we will provide that response to the committee in writing if that's okay.
Thank you. Mr. Redico?
Okay, I would appreciate that. Does the department have numbers on how many citizenship, how many people have become citizens, have sworn their citizenship, and been outside the country at that time?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, I don't have those. I don't have that information to hand, and I would have to check if that's something that we track, because it would be outside of the norm. And so I will take that back, and if there are statistics available, I will endeavour to obtain them and provide them to the committee at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Girard. Mr. Redico?
Thank you. I appreciate that. It seems like something that the department should know. As you said, it's probably doesn't happen too frequently, so I would think that's something that would be known. So I would appreciate having that sent. Just before I go on, Madam Chair, the TV behind me is on. The sound is on. Is it possible to turn the sound off from the chamber? I like listening to the chamber myself, but yeah.
Yes, Mr. Redico, please go ahead.
I have good hearing. Okay, so to Ms. Girard, on the subject of wait times, because you had talked about wait times and how this, by doing part of, as I guess the reasoning that I'm picking up here is the departmental reasoning on having these alternate methods is to speed up the process. So the question is, do you have statistics? Have there been studies done on the requests to do that? Because is this something that's being demanded by people that are people asking for this option?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, I can say in general that the department frequently receives representation from applicants who are looking to have their processing time reduced, and that is something that we continue to work hard to do. As I mentioned at a previous hearing, we had a record number of citizenship grants last year, over 374,000 citizenship grants last year. But we have more work to do, including continue to working on getting those processing times down. In further response to the member's question about wait times and ceremonies, historically it's been in the range of 3 to 5 months. It can go as low as 1 to 2 months to wait to get your ceremony. And I believe it's on the lower end of the wait currently, but that can vary depending on the year and the demand and so on. And so part of this proposal is to, again, give the choice and put the applicants in the driver's seat in terms of what's going to work for them. And so if they're able to attend that ceremony and they wish to take their oath at a ceremony, and they're prepared to do that, they can proceed. If they need to become citizens now and wanted to take an oath online, if that becomes an option that's available to them, they can do that and become citizens immediately once the oath is taken, but still have the benefit of taking that ceremony or attending that participating in that ceremony without having a wait time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Redico?
Thanks. So appreciate that. I guess the real question I was asking was, have people been asking for these options? I mean, I understand that it seems like it might be a good idea to people in the department, but have people been asking for the option to do it that way?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, I'm not aware of all of the client feedback that the department receives, and so while it's possible that the request has been made, I don't have that information available to me at this time.
Mr. Redico?
Okay, it seems like if a new policy and quite a significant policy shift like that was being done, there would be a lot of data to back that up. I guess another way of asking that question then is there data to back up the reasoning for this decision, or is this just something that was, people sitting around a table thought it would be a good idea and thought they should do that?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, this is an evidence-based proposal. It's backed by significant data. The data includes that the processing standard that the department strives to meet is to process citizenship applications within 12 months. And although the department achieved a record number of grants last year, over 374,000, as I mentioned, last April, the processing times were around 27 months. And through hard work, those processing times continue to come down, but are still much higher than we would want them to be. They're in the range of 21 or 22 months, as I understand it. And so it's not an issue that the department needs to wait for specific service improvements to be received. We are constantly looking for opportunities for how to improve service offerings, client service, how we can leverage technology to reduce processing times, reduce wait times. And we're confident that significant progress will continue with the various initiatives that we've put in place over the last year or two during the pandemic, including bringing applications online, now conducting online citizenship tests, having a combination of in-person citizenship ceremonies and virtual ones. As the members heard, we will continue to see processing times go down. But we know we have work to do and that the service needs to improve. And so this is a proposal among other initiatives that are underway that's intended to do that. Thank you.
Ready, call?
So did I hear you correctly say that the wait time for citizenship, the citizenship piece, is 22 months? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so...
Mr. Reddy, call.
Thank you. I understand that COVID kind of threw a monkey wrench into things. What were wait times like in 2019 for citizenship?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, I believe they were closer to the 12-month processing standard, but as I don't have that processing time in front of me now, we will check and we will provide that to the committee.
Okay, so I understand that you don't have that information, and this might have come out of left field. So,
if I can interrupt, Mr. Reddy-Cop,
yeah.
if you can please keep your comments and your questions related to the amendment which we have on the floor.
Right.
These are not related to that.
Well, I believe they are. This has to do with this system of online clicking for citizenship. I believe that's exactly what we're talking about here, and the process by which the department has sought to implement this system. And so I think these are very relevant questions to that point. If we're trying, because we're proposing that we shouldn't be doing that. That's what our amendment's basically saying. And the department's actually providing a lot of information on why that might not be
keep
the case.
your comments related to the amendment which we have on the floor.
Okay, so on the online on the wait time for ceremonies, is it? I guess I'm confused why the department feels it needs to do this change, to make this change in order to get back to the processing standard. Let's say it was prior to 2019 and prior, it was roughly on standard. And there were no online citizenship tests, there were no click citizenship abilities at that time. Why does the department not believe that it can just get back to that point without using different technology like this?
Ms. Girard?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The department is constantly striving to improve processing times and to improve client service, accessibility, as I mentioned. And historically, as the wait times for a ceremony, once the applicants had completed all the other requirements, was in the range of 3 to 5 months. This is a proposal where an applicant does not elect to complete their oath at a ceremony, as now, as I mentioned, but elects instead to complete their oath online. Once that oath is completed online, they become a citizen. So they no longer have to wait the 3 to 5 months to attend the ceremony, but they still have the benefit of being able to participate in that ceremony at the later date. And so in a sense, you can describe that as win-win, in that there's greater accessibility and flexibility. The applicant has an option to become a citizen at a later point in time, but still enjoy all of the benefits of participating in a ceremony in terms of all of the important elements of that for inclusion, for community participation, and for for those kinds of considerations. Thank you,
Mr. Reddycop.
So that's kind of new to me, I guess. So what you're saying for if you were to, in the department's proposal, if you were to click your citizenship, then you can still attend an in-person ceremony.
Correct.
And I guess my question would be then, what are the elements that happen at that in-person ceremony then? Could you please enlighten me a little bit? Is it a shortened thing, or is it what happens there?
Ms. Girard.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned, these are the kinds of issues that will be further developed as part of implementation plans to support an initiative like this one. But I think that it's fair to say that ceremonies could look as they look today, and that there's not necessarily any plans at this time to change that. Thank you.
So I just noted in the news article that came out, it said that for the second half of 2022, less than 10% of citizenship ceremonies were done in person, and thereby obviously 90% were done online or through this if it was available. So my question is there a planned ratio by the department of how many should be one click, how many should be in person? Is there planning that's been done by the department on where those numbers would fall?
Madam Chair, I'm not aware of any planned ratio. As I mentioned, as part of our effort to improve service, we're really looking to or proposing to give the choice to applicants. And because this is an important day in people's lives, an important event in people's lives, as many have mentioned, we anticipate that there could be some quite significant demand by persons who would wish to continue to take their oath at a ceremony, as is currently the case. And so I'm not aware of any planned ratio, and that would be down to the choice of applicants. Thank you.
So given the numbers that have been reported, and I assume that they're correct, 10% were in person, are we to then assume that was the choice of individuals, that 10% of them chose to do it in person and 90% of them chose a different method?
Madam Chair, that's not a correct assumption, since this proposal is at the proposal stage and has not been implemented. And so what the member is referring to are statistics that relate to how the current program is being administered post-pandemic. It doesn't reflect what applicants may choose to do once a proposal like this is implemented. Thank you.
So the current system that's being used by the department is skewing heavily towards Zoom citizenship ceremonies. Is that a true statement?
Madam Chair, as I don't have statistics for 2023 in front of me, and I'm mindful that the member has quoted statistics from last year, which is a breakdown that I don't have in front of me to confirm or correct that statement. I'd have to check the data and before I could say anything on that.
Mr. Reddycop, she would not have those figures. We can try to get them, but it will not be possible for them to provide that right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But if you could get them, that would be great, because it just seems odd to me that this is how people would request it. It seems to me more like it's something that's being pushed onto people without having a choice. So that's my curiosity in that, and I'm done.
What is the goal? Like you mentioned, we're out to 22 months right now, and we want to streamline it. We were 12 months before, and then you mentioned 3 to 5 months. Like ideally, I guess if we could click, we pass the test, and if you could become a citizen, or what is the ultimate goal on this whole process?
Madam Chair, currently the goal is to get back to the 12-month processing standard. The proposal under this discussion, the regulatory proposal, would reduce the amount of the wait time for those at the ceremony stage. And so there's potential to get that sort of average processing time down below 12 months. And I'm sure everyone would agree that that would be a good thing because we would like to include new citizens sooner and see that happen a lot sooner. Thank you.
Dave?
Thanks again, and thanks for the hospitality today. I would like to move an amendment to the amendment that will read after the online web forum to say or click-through option for the oath of citizenship. And to that, I would like, if we can suspend, to translate this and make sure that the
English, it will be, everyone has the translation services available, and it will be translated.
After the word.
If you can please repeat it, and everyone has the translation, if you can. Yes.
Yes, we can do that. After the word online web, online web form, to say or click through option. Okay? And we can suspend to translate this and...
One second. Like,
I'm asking the chair.
If I can ask everyone to be quiet, direct the questions through the chair. Mr. Abu Tayyef, you have repeated that it should be added after web form or click-through option. So that's your sub-amendment.
After the forum, so online web forum, to add or click-through option. And I'm not sure how to translate that to French.
So we have the sub-amendment on the floor. I think everyone has got through the translation. Mr. Abu Tayyef has asked to add after the web form or click-through option. So we have the sub-amendment on the floor. Mr. Hoback?
You're going to suspend for translation or keep going?
I know I'm not suspending the meeting right now. Okay. So meeting is continued. Like we have the sub-amendment on the floor. If I can ask the clerk to please take the vote on the sub-amendment. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Yep. Okay, I'll speak to it then.
No one said I've asked already for the vote. Now vote has to happen on this sub-amendment.
No, I was just getting clarification before I moved on to my question.
You asked me about the suspension. I told you everyone has got the translation.
I still want to speak on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In light of the new information, I just find it kind of relaxing because you still are respecting the fact that that ceremonies has some importance and that it has that option is there. So I think that's why the sub-amendment will maybe just clarify that it's not the only way. You can actually click on it and then still participate in a ceremony and have your grandparents or friends and family, your employer, all attend. So I just want to confirm that's what we'd be able to do in this scenario is you click on it and then at a later date you would go through the ceremony, but you would be a citizen effectively once you click on it, if that's correct.
Is that correct?
Madam Chair, could I just ask to be clarified? Is the question referring to the impact of the sub-amendment, or is the question about the regulatory proposal?
The click-through option is what we're putting into the amendment. So basically, the idea there is it better explains to people that they can click on it and still do the ceremony. Later on, but just when do they actually officially become a Canadian citizen? When they click on it, or just some clarification around
that? Madam Chair, just in response to the member's last question, currently an applicant becomes a citizen only once they take the oath of citizenship at a ceremony. So just to be clear on that, and that would continue to be the case under the proposed regulatory change. But as I understand the member's question is pertaining to the sub-amendment, The sub-amendment is stating that the oath cannot be taken online and cannot be taken through a click-through option if that's what's being used to describe the proposal. So that would appear to mean that none of those flexibilities are available, and it would appear to mean that an applicant would be required to take their oath at a ceremony as now before they could become a citizen. And it would appear to preclude any kind of flexibilities for people who are disabled, who cannot afford to travel to a ceremony, cannot afford to take a day off work, or who may have a variety of circumstances which may justify some of those other options we've been discussing this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Dhaliwal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to speak on the point of order, but thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. We all on this side understand and see the motive the Conservatives have behind all this discussion that's going on. But I have a vote of thanks, Madam Chair, to all the staff, the interpreters, who are putting long hours in, and particularly, when it comes to family matters, that is even becomes more important. So I would love to single out one person today, and it's my understanding that Ms. Gerard's husband's birthday is today, and we wish him a happy birthday, and we want to thank Ms. Gerard for sacrificing that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal.
There's only one group speaking.
Thank you.
It's good clip. Don't worry.
Your being here in spite of your we could end the thing. Okay, so if we can have like all the conversations done, we have a sub-amendment on the floor, and we will go for, yes, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you. So it's too bad that the Mr. Dhaliwal and the Liberals forced poor Miss Gerard to miss her husband's birthday tonight by being here so late. So just wanted to clarify one thing. This particular sub-amendment and amendment does not preclude Zoom. So, Ms. Gerard, you did say that it would not give options, and that's not true. It wouldn't allow the one-click option. Yes, that would be true. But this particular sub-amendment or even the amendment does not preclude the use of an online Zoom type of situation. So I just wanted to make that clear. I think it's important that again for citizens for new citizens to not do this through some sort of a click-through process. That is not the intentions, and I believe that for most people, they are not so concerned about the last few months, and that's why I'm quite curious to see the data that supports this, because I can understand how people would want a shorter time period. That makes sense. But
you have already requested for data. Ms. Gerard
Yes.
mentioned that she doesn't have the data right now, and as soon as they can answer that or get that data, that will be sent to the committee.
Okay, thank
So
you.
this point has already been raised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will go for a vote on the sub-amendment. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote.
Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali.
Dhaliwal.
Against?
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Against?
Mr. El Khoury. No. Madame Kayabaga.
Contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Non.
Mr. Redekop.
yes,
Mr. Abul Taif.
Oui.
Mr. Mazer.
Oui.
Mr. Hoback. Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Amendment number CPC Amendment 6 on the floor. We will go for a vote on that. Mr. Mezier?
I'm still kind of perplexed. Like, there is no allocation for these people that aren't connected. And we're talking about an online world that just doesn't exist in rural Canada. So how do we square that circle? Like, what is the IRCC like? Is there a plan to work with Services Canada? Is there, like, when we're looking at a whole new model and we want to get down to an area? Is it like, I mean, that's another thing that I kind of question this whole process. Like, what's going to happen so much different than just have a new website or an amended website?
Madam Chair, as was mentioned, prior to the pandemic, ceremonies were all done in person. And it's only during the pandemic that the additional option of virtual ceremonies was added. And so, as was mentioned during the previous session, now we have a combination. And so for those for whom participating online through a Zoom connection isn't feasible, the in-person option continues to be there and will continue to be there. And as I mentioned at the outset, for the proposed regulatory initiative, it will be the applicant's choice, and so applicants will know whether they have the ability to attend in person, or whether they want to look at an alternate option that requires an online connection. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Yes. So I've been trying, with all due respect, to be very careful in my intervention. And at this point, Madam Chair, to you, I'm just a little bit curious or trying to understand the members' questions about their own amendments or sub-amendment. And I found this quite, I don't know the English word, and I don't want to start using both languages, but I would say you cannot be perplexed, if I could say this, about your own amendment. Either you are proposing an amendment and a sub-amendment, or you are not. So I would ask, I don't think you can ask the official to justify the amendment and the impact on something you are proposing, but you're sort of debating your own amendment here. Madam Chair, through you, I just want to make sure that we are staying on point. If I bring an amendment, I bring my point. I'm not trying to get a sense of perplexity here as to why this is happening.
Thank you, Mr. Mazier. Your last question was a repetition of the question which you had asked earlier also before we went into the sub-amendment. So I want to make sure that to remind you that please avoid repetition, and the questions should be relevant to the amendment or the sub-amendment, like the officials are here not to justify like what you are suggesting. So,
point of order?
Yes. Mr. Kurik?
Kurik. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just it was more a point of order that Ms. Lalonde had brought forward, and certainly over the course of debate, when a party brings forward an amendment, and it could be any party. I've seen where government members have brought forward amendments to their own bills to fix something that the testimony had brought up over the course of a study that would have resulted in. And she had mentioned the word being perplexed. There's many examples where.
Yes.
So
we are going into debate. This is not a point of order.
So to the point of order, though, to be able to meaningfully engage with the officials on a subject, I think, is very, very rightly.
Okay, this is going into debate. It's not a point of order. Mr. Mazier?
And back to Ms. Lalonde's.
Please, I would request those questions which have already been asked and the officials have answered that should not be repeated. If now they are repeated, I will have to cut the members.
Yeah, it won't be repeated. It's just a matter of relevance. You're talking about
conversations on the sides.
You're talking about...
Like, we are sitting late, officials are here, like they are spending their time here rather than spending it with their families. I think that should be respected. Please avoid these conversations. Please be on the point and let's get this done. Mr. Mazier.
Just as far as relevance, you're talking about putting a system, an IRCC system, to become citizens online. So... you look at it from a rural perspective, like if you're not online, if you can't Like, I just wonder, this is a government proposal that no one has actually thought. So that's why I'm just asking, how is the department going to adapt to this? That's all I'm asking. So it was, we can leave it and we can move forward. That's not a problem.
Mr. Reddy-Cobb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's appropriate at this time to just remember the reason why we're here. And the reason why we're here, there was a very reasonable suggestion put forward by Mr. Kmech.
This amendment which we have on the floor. Please keep your points. We are debating the amendment. Your points should be related to the amendment.
Point of order. You are. We're all tired. Fair enough. But to your point, the reason we're here is because there have been so many changes made to this bill. Mr. Kmech offered an easy way to fix this, to allow amendments to be provided by the middle of May. I think his number was. It was not done, and it was not accepted. And so, as a result, we're having to go through this the slower process. And so, I just need to remind everyone of that. And that's the reason why we're here. That's the reason why this is taking longer than maybe we hope. Okay.
Please, the conversation or the sub-amendment, whatever we have on the floor. Amendment number 6, CPC, we will go for a vote.
Sorry, my name should have been on the list.
You raise, Mr. Kurek?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And certainly it's interesting in a large rural constituency. One of the whole dynamics around the virtual citizenship and specifically getting into some of the proposals that have been brought forward. You know, when we have the details of the amendment that have been brought here directly before us, consistently I have heard the question be asked is that are these adjustments and quite frankly over the course of it was not isolated to the to what the new proposals are, but some of the amendments that had been brought forward as IRCC and government adjusted to the dynamics of COVID-19. I have had new citizens, had people that are pursuing citizenship asking the simple question about how some of these things fit within the tradition of what is seen to be an incredibly valuable part of taking that step and that path to citizenship. So I guess my question to the officials specifically is surrounding some of the consultations about how this impacts the perception of citizenship and the process that the oath particularly has. Could they provide maybe some of the feedback, or if there's details around how some of these adjustments have impacted the perception of what the citizenship process is? And certainly, you know, in my father-in-law, and I think he'd be very comfortable with me sharing this. It was a very exciting day when he, as an adult, he had moved with his family to Canada when he was a child, and as an adult, he decided to become a Canadian, and that was a very powerful moment. You know, a judge in front of an auditorium, and there was 30 or 40. This was long before I was elected. You know, me and my family. I think I had one child at the time. It was an incredibly poignant moment for him, having lived and worked in Canada his entire life, also being on the stage with many others. So is there data, research, feedback that has been received? Because certainly I've been receiving this as my office and constituency staff help hundreds of individuals with casework as we refer to it as. Has there been feedback that's been provided about this process in terms of what is perceived the culmination of the citizenship process, that actually becoming a citizen?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Skybaga.
Madam Chair, this question has been asked earlier, so I'm calling this a point of order again.
You can please not repeat and just wind up the question.
Absolutely, I understand. I've come to this committee and it may have been asked in a certain context, but certainly as the member from Battle River Crowfoot, I've not yet had the opportunity to ask the question. So my question to the officials is the feedback, if they could share with this committee, the feedback that
you have repeated this earlier, just like a minute ago. Before this
so-
point of
so-
order, you have said so. If you
so-
can please.
So, Madam Chair, I'm getting to my question. So that's my expectation, is to be able to ask the question about whether the officials can, in fact, share with this committee feedback that they have received from Canadians or a consultative process about the adjustments that are being made to the process of becoming a Canadian citizen.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms.
Madam Chair, this is the same question that MP Redekop just asked less than 10 minutes ago.
Thank you. We are getting into debate. Ms. Girard has the floor. She will answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was mentioned previously, this was a regulatory proposal that was put for public consultation, and the public did provide various comments. And as part of the regulatory process, what the department will do will be to compile those comments and prepare a public summary that would normally be provided for final publication of the regulatory the regulations some months from now as part of the normal regulatory process. And so that information will be prepared for that purpose and shared down the line when we get to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the officials, and happy birthday to your husband. So I understand that you're sharing that there has been consultations through some of the regulatory changes, but in the context of the bill that we have before us, but specifically the amendment, but the larger context of the bill, I just want to nail in here specifically, Ms. Girard, on the timing that you referred to with the publication of some of those comments. Can you outline exactly what the timeline would be for those publications specifically, and why it's highly relevant to this amendment and the bill writ large? Is because the committee is tasked with dealing with this now, but to not have the opportunity to see what some of that feedback is. I just want to make sure that both members of the committee and Canadians watching know exactly what the overlap of those timelines might be.
Madam Chair, normally for a regulatory process that takes about a year to 18 months, we would have the responsibility to prepare the regulatory package for final publication sometime after the summer recess. Those would be typical timelines. I can't say for certain on this particular proposal, but those would be notional timelines.
Ms. Girard, Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're probably ready to vote on this one. But I did want to mention that we have an amendment after this one, just for your reference. Thank you.
Giuseppe,
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a brief preamble, and then I'll have a question for the civil servants. What we are seeing right now is a lot of questions from the Conservative Party, questions that might be legitimate. But in my preamble, Madam Chair, what I'm wondering is that the Conservatives are proud to say that they are common sense party of good fiscal management, that they are a government in waiting. If we add all this together, what I'm thinking is that right now there are House resources that are being used. Being the party of common sense and of good fiscal management, should we not be saving this money, especially given that they tell us that they will be the next government? So they could amend a bill that is fine right now. So here's my question, Madam Chair. For those who would see their situation see a regularization with this process, do you think they'll be happy with this, or do they want us to really keep going with the debate? Madam Chair, thank you for the question. At the department, we are very aware of the fact that Canadians, well, as has been mentioned many times, Canadians are very excited to see this bill progress so that they can gain or regain citizenship. As officials, we always answer questions with the hope of supporting the committee finish their study as fast as possible. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Duceppe. Forgive me, Madam Chair. If this bill is adopted as it currently stands,
like the debate is happening on the amendment, not on the bill, like we have an amendment on the floor.
Exactly. You're completely right, Madam Chair.
Related to the
amendment.
If this amendment that is being debated right now is adopted, actually, if the amendment that is currently debated is defeated and the bill is adopted without the amendment, would a different government be able to amend the bill and add this amendment? Ms. Girard? Madam Chair, I would not like to comment on the hypotheticals of an election, but I'd like to recognize that Parliament can always legislate in whatever way they see fit. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just needed to point out that, again, we're here because of the requirement set by the government. We are not here at a normal time.
This is not related to the amendment. You have already raised it, and it has been heard. We will go for a vote. We are voting on CPC 6.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury. Madame Kayabaga.
Contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Contre.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Abultaif.
Oui.
Mr. Mazer.
Oui.
Mr. Hoback.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Contre.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Jacob?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment that I would like to read. New clause 1.4. That Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4. Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24 bracket 4. The Department of Citizenship and Immigration shall not create an online web form for the oath of citizenship to be completed. And I have things to say about this. Just wondering if everybody has this amendment.
You're saying so? Oh.
Do we need to?
You have emailed it? Yeah. The amendment has been emailed to all the members. Please look into your P9s. All of you have it, and the hard copy has been provided to the officials.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is, I guess, taking a different approach to this, wanting not to have an online web form for doing the oath of citizenship. So the process here would be I guess this does not preclude to have some sort of a Zoom option, I suppose, and certainly doesn't preclude to have an in-person citizenship ceremony. And it really is coming back to that same issue that we keep hearing over and over from constituents, that having the online web form method to do the citizenship ceremony is just not right for a variety of reasons. The first one being just it's good to be in person. It's good to be with the people that care about you, the people that sometimes travel to be with you, so that you can actually experience the joy and the excitement, sometimes tears, and the thrill of becoming a Canadian citizen. And we know that when that is done online, when you're sitting there, and with this, what this is specifically going against or going after is just simply the simple click, because it takes away all of the excitement of that moment. It takes away all of the ceremony that would be there. Another concern that we have with this is on security too, because we don't really know when someone is behind a screen and clicking. We don't really know who that is. We don't know where they are. We don't know what part of the world they're in. We don't know if there's some sort of fraud occurring during that time, and these are all things that I think would be very hard for any kind of a system to manage properly. And so there's all kinds of reasons why doing it this way is a concern. We've heard the potential of, in rural Canada, of this being a problem with internet access, just being able to actually have the ability to get online and do these things that way is a concern. And so those are some of the reasons, and I don't know if my colleagues have some thoughts on this, but those are some of the reasons why we want to do this, so I'll throw it out for debate.
Just to echo Mr. Redekop's comments, the whole getting away from the ceremony part of it. The ceremonies are supposed to be a time of celebration with humans, not with online. And I don't know how much thought was put forward into this this kind of a development. I understand the streamlining thing, and I think it makes a lot of sense. But to what end? And I have not seen a lot of I guess thought being put into this. Like, so okay, we checked off the box and we can be our citizen and all that. But how fast will this happen, and what are we taking away from this? Like, I think the whole ceremony part. But I think so is to understand this a little bit better too. Is I'll go back to my what's a person to do if they don't have any ceremony or they don't have any connectivity or anything like that? Are they expected to travel in right now? I guess that's a question for the.
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, prior to the pandemic, when ceremonies were in person and when there were not virtual options, people did have to travel in, depending on their location and circumstances and where the ceremony was being offered. And that may still be the circumstance today, although, as discussed, because there are many virtual ceremonies that are available today across the country to accommodate different circumstances, that would be less of an issue under current circumstances, because that option became available during the pandemic. Thank you.
Vote.
Mr. Ali.
I missed that voice of
Amendment 7. We are voting on CPC Amendment 7.
Against?
Good job.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Against.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Al-Khoury.
Madame Kayabaga.
Je veux contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Contre.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Abultaif.
En favor.
Mr. Mazer. Mr. Hoback. Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Contre.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
The amendment CPC 7 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment I'd like to make. Believe it or not, I know. Hard to believe. This is new clause 1.4. that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24 bracket 5. Should a person be unable to attend an in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement only on compassionate grounds, and a virtual option should be offered in those circumstances as requested. That's the motion. I have things to say about it, but if we would take a minute to just make sure everybody has it, including the officials.
Clerk has emailed to all the members. Everyone has received it. Yes, the hard copy is going to the officials. Yeah, once he finishes, we will come to it. Yeah. Yes, I will keep a speakers list. We ordered pizza, so the pizza has come, so members can have the...
Point of order, Madam Chair. Well, we've just received this. I have to check with my team whether we can actually speak on this. Could we briefly suspend so I can read over the amendment? We just received it. Would it be possible?
Gone to your email, like Mr. Redekop is speaking, so meanwhile, if you can have a look. Okay? Mr. Redekop. Can I have a copy?
I will endeavor to do my best. So I think the intent of this amendment is to ensure that for those who actually need, it was mentioned, I think, a few minutes ago by Ms. Girard, for those who actually may have issues with accessibility or whatever the circumstance might be, may need the opportunity to have some form of alternate way of doing the citizenship ceremony. And so the purpose of this clause is to make that option available. We need to be compassionate. There certainly needs to be the ability to have your citizenship ceremony if you have if there are issues. And so that's where the compassionate grounds of this comes from. At the same time, we don't want this to be abused. We want it to be there for that purpose, and not there, for somebody who doesn't need it.
Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente.
On a point of order, I just want to make sure that this amendment is in order, and perhaps our legislative clerk can tell us that. It doesn't state what compassionate grounds actually is. I'm not even sure if this amendment is in order. Perhaps he can shed light on this. I'm sorry about that. I know it was pizza time, but I just want to make sure the amendment is in order, and then we can debate it.
Is in order. This amendment, CPC 8, is in order. Okay? The conversations, please. Mr. Redekop, you're done.
Thank you. That is a very good point that my colleague, Mr. Brunel-Dessep, brings up. It's important that we're clear what we mean by compassionate grounds. And I think this is very important. So, I can think of some examples of this. If a person was sick, was ill for a long period of time, to me that would be a good example, a good case where if they were unable to travel, if they, we just came through COVID. Imagine if you had, you weren't able to be with other people because you were concerned about catching something, particularly if you're an older person. We all experienced that through the last number of years. And so I think that would be one example of what would be compassionate grounds. We want to make sure that those people who, for legitimate reasons, can't actually travel to have an in-person citizenship ceremony, we need to give them that ability. And so, another example I could think of was if you were potentially, I suppose, if you were just simply unable to get off of work, if you had the kind of a job that didn't allow for you, if you were a great distance away potentially from something, from the citizenship ceremony, this could potentially be a reason for being granted the ability to do this. We're not asking for a big onerous process here, but at the same time, we don't want necessarily for people to be able to just choose to do this because of all the things that have been said tonight. I won't repeat them all, but the most important elements of this are what is when you go to that citizenship ceremony, when you are able to bring your family and your friends, when you're able to walk across that stage and shake the hands of the officials, when you're able to receive your certificate, when you're able to pose for photos with the RCMP officer and the other officials.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Reddick, this point of shaking hands, taking the certificate has been raised a number of times. Please avoid repetition. Repetition should not happen. What has already been said should not be repeated.
I guess a point of clarification, Madam Chair. Those were said on previous amendments. This is a different amendment, and I'm just curious to know if we cannot speak about things on this amendment.
It's the same things you are repeating, which have been already repeated.
But were they repeated on this amendment, I guess is my question.
Not on this amendment, but the same point has been raised more than 4 or 5 times already.
Yeah, sometimes yes. I think when we're starting a new point.
A point of order, Madam Chair. Please be careful. When you speak, please make sure that your microphone is on, Madam Chair, so that the interpreters can interpret your remarks.
So as I was saying, the reasons why people want to go to ceremonies is because of the excitement and thrill of being there. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. So we're trying to avoid where the person is not given the privilege of doing that. And part of the reason, the logic on this too, goes back to the backlogs that are in the system. That we have, I believe the department is trying to shorten the piece of the time it takes to get your citizenship at the citizenship ceremony. However, the problems that are coming in the department, the problems that are there that are causing these very long times, these many, many months of delays and waiting to get your citizenship, are not primarily because of going to that ceremony. They're for other reasons. They're for things earlier in the process, problems within the department, issues that need to be corrected. And yet the solution seems to be to essentially penalize those people at the end of the process for probably the most meaningful part of the whole process to that person. The person doesn't necessarily, there's no particular meaning inherent in the work that goes on from a person's perspective. The work that goes on in IRCC, it's important work, absolutely, but it doesn't mean much to the person because they can't see it. They don't see what's going on. To them, it's a big black box. Things are just happening. But the meaningful part of getting your citizenship is that very last part where you go to the citizenship ceremony, where you take that oath, where you walk across the stage, as I said before. Yes. And so I don't believe, and we don't believe that it's fair to penalize that person at the end of the process by not allowing them to do that, by instituting a program, an online way to do this. And so, but as we're saying, we need the ability to allow those who may have extenuating circumstances to be able to have an option to do that through an online way or through some other method. We have to be very, very sure in doing so that we've protected the security of this situation so that we know who the person is that's doing this. And so, that's where this needs to be done carefully and not too broadly. At the same time, we don't want to make it an onerous process either, because we're not trying to penalize anybody because they happen to be ill or whatever the case might be. So that's really the background and the basis for why this motion is being made. And I don't know if my other colleagues have any comments that they wanted to make on this. This is something that that is important to us, something that needs to be well thought out, but I think it really does add an avenue and a pathway to resolve any issues that may come up on people who are unable to physically attend. Thank you.
Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
Thank you. I had a mouthful, Madam Chair, of pizza, as it were. So, and I'm disappointed that Ms. Gerard cannot eat pizza with her husband this evening, but there you have it. Now, as far as this amendment is concerned, Madam Chairperson, I received via Twitter comments from folks who are being affected currently, who are watching us live. Parents, for example, who want this issue to be addressed for the benefit of their children. And it's not the case currently. So when it comes to this current amendment regarding the citizenship process, and I'm going to say this in English because I received it in English, and unfortunately I'm not a great translator on the hop, and I won't be able to translate it into French, so I hope the Bloc Québécois will forgive me. This will be the first time I speak in English. Now, there are a lot of questions about the process, the ceremony process, thus far, in relation to the amendments brought forward. And these people on Twitter said, this doesn't make sense, and I'm quoting.
By the rest of the committee members, this is a cruel injustice. Children born in Canada do not have a citizenship ceremony, neither should adoptive children. The bill is about amending the rights of citizens, not a process for ceremony. Est-ce que vous êtes plutôt d'accord avec ce...
Do you agree with the comment that I just received? Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I agree entirely, because those who benefit from this legislation won't have to attend an in-person ceremony as a result of the legislation. So this debate won't really affect them in that sense. But children of such Canadians would benefit from other amendments passed by the committee.
Mr. Couric and then Ms. Lalonde. Mr. Couric.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's certainly interesting that when you look at the intent of this legislation and the ensuring that those so-called lost Canadians are able to be recognized, and I know, for example, hearing the very touching story, and I'm sure it's been heard here because I listened intently when it was debated in the House. Ensuring that there is that process to see that citizenship realized, and I know a member, a Conservative colleague, is not specifically impacted by this, but a similar type of scenario. But consistently, when it comes specifically to this amendment and how it would, I think, strike a very appropriate balance, Madam Chair. And balance is, I think, where at committee we're able to accomplish so very much, because we are able to ensure that in the midst of what can often be raucous in the House of Commons, and we come to committee, we can take a breath and be able to get to the roots of what is important to our constituents, and being able to work with other political parties in an environment that is conducive to ensuring that can take place. I think that's where this amendment specifically really strikes that right balance. That when it comes to an in-person ceremony, and I don't think there is any surprise from members around this table that Conservatives are very supportive of this, and with all due respect to my Bloc colleague, there certainly is a significantly greater value placed on the idea of citizenship and the value of that by those of us that believe in a united country. So ensuring that we find the right balance that can be sought, and that's where when there is not that ability to have an in-person, because there are dynamics. I live in a rural constituency, Madam Madam Chair, and that's 53,000 square kilometers. You know, I've heard, you know, a number of times where, you know, a constituent will be speaking on the phone with somebody from Service Canada, and they'll say, oh, well, drop by Number 1 Canada Place and we'll get that sorted out for you. Well, Number 1 Canada Place in the province of Alberta happens to be in the city of Calgary, and that's, you know, a 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive. And it's finding that right balance, because when it comes to the value of what citizenship is, there is something that is very practical, and then there's something that it is less tangible. There's that value and assurance that you're becoming a part of this Canadian family, those that have come before, and I could go on at length, and I won't. I'll spare the committee my very proud Canadian history and the more than five generations, specifically in the concert area and the farm, and I will spare the committee that.
Keep your comments on the amendment.
Absolutely,
otherwise, I will
Madam
have to
Chair.
cut you off.
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Chair. But the reason why I bring that up, and I won't get into the details, but is to ensure that there is that ability for where exceptions need to be made. And I think that all of us around this table, and quite often I think in Parliament, it's exceptions that become the debate point that defines the direction of public policy. And whereas I think that the general trends are far better for the determining factor for what public policy should be, and exceptions need to be noted so that they can be accommodated for. And specifically when it comes to this amendment, we see that a very pragmatic option being able to, that the minister, and I have no doubt the processes that the minister would be able to create surrounding where the requirement for an in-person citizenship ceremony could be waived, that would be entirely reasonable. We have a democratic infrastructure in this country that ensures that there is that ability for the government, given the mandate to govern by the people, that is able to ensure that something that should and that can and should be taken as seriously as it is, that idea of citizenship, that when an exception is required, there would be that ability to ensure, without undue strain on an individual or a family or whatever the case is, whether it be because of an illness or an economic circumstance or a global pandemic, whatever the case is, we would see that a very straightforward ability for ensuring that those options can be offered in those circumstances as requested. And I think, and I'd really like to because it gives the minister that ability, and that's key, Madam Chair, because the minister is that.
You have made that point, so please avoid repetition. You have made that point.
Sure.
Please don't repeat what you have already said.
Absolutely not. And the reason why, however, that the minister's involvement is so significant comes to the actual last two words of this amendment, and the last two words are "as requested," because it's the minister's involvement as the keystone of the democratic involvement of a government related to, specifically in this case, a department, and I won't go into any of the more details of the governance structure of executive government. However, it's the "as requested" that really sits at I think, why this amendment is so reasonable. Because it is, as we are talking about welcoming Canadians, individuals into the Canadian family, inviting them to become a part of this citizenship, to take the oath, that they are being entrusted with a great level of responsibility. That's the nature of what citizenship is. It comes with responsibility. So, in the midst of everything that I've shared, and I'll just conclude my comments with this, Madam Chair. It's that ensuring that there are reasonable grounds for exceptions where required, that the minister is involved, but then it ultimately comes down to those who are asking and engaging in the process to join the Canadian family, that truly gives the grounds for why this is so reasonable. It's that beginning stage of responsibility, and then of course the full responsibility of citizenship, whether that's voting, whether that's political involvement, whether that's paying taxes, the whole deal that comes along with that. It's signaling the responsibility associated with what that looks like in the very nature of what this amendment is meant to, I think, reasonably accomplish.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me help my friend, Mr. Radikoff, if he would be able to vote against his own amendment. Madam Chair, IRCC very well know that our office is the busiest office in Canada. Far more cases than any other MP across Canada. And I see the cases of compassionate that comes forward as well. And now it's taking them about 34 months. But when I look at this, Madam, because being an engineer, professional engineer, I'm also very practical as well. So if this bill is giving every individual an opportunity, as Madam Gerard has explained earlier, that if individuals want to have a ceremony in person, they can go and take the oath in person. And if they cannot do that, they can do it online. So we are already giving that option that my dear conservative friends are looking forward to. But when we go into this compassionate grounds, there are 350,000 cases every year. 350,000. So people can come out and say they can go in person for certain reasons. Everybody's going to think, well, this is my case is the compassionate case, and then they take it to the minister. In fact, this will cause more delays and more backlogs in the system. Instead of solving the backlog, in fact, we are creating more backlog. And I would like to ask officials if they would agree with me on that particular issue when the cases of compassionate are already taking 34 months, and it will put more pressure on the department.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal. The next on the list is Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Point on, Madame la Présidente.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think my colleague had asked a question to the officials, and Madame Girard was ready to answer.
Monsieur Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal was done. Madame Girard was about to answer.
Yes, Ms. Girard, before we go to Mr. Reddycop.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The member is correct. The proposed amendment would require an assessment by the department and resources to put behind that, and that would potentially have an impact, it would certainly have an operational impact, and could have an impact on processing times. I'd like to also take this opportunity to note that compassionate grounds is not defined. And I'm quite open with people who know me that I'm a cancer survivor, and in 2016 I was extremely ill for a period of a year, went through cancer treatment, and was functionally disabled. And during that time, I would not have been able to make it to an in-person ceremony or even a virtual one, because I wouldn't have felt very dignified sitting up in a hospital bed participating in a virtual ceremony. Whereas the proposal we spoke about earlier, that is a regulatory proposal at this time, that would offer people the opportunity to attend a ceremony as now and take their oath, or to take the oath online and celebrate their ceremony at a later date, could account for many compassionate scenarios, including ones where people may be extremely ill and have to go through very taxing treatment, still be able to become citizens at the same time as other members of their family without having to go through a laborious decision-making process about whether their individual circumstances and their illness qualify as compassionate circumstances. And if down the line they feel that they're able to participate in a ceremony and celebrate at that later date, then that would be possible under that kind of proposal. Whereas it's not clear that the proposal that is on the floor for debate would allow that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your personal challenges. I myself have gone through stage 4 cancer, and I know exactly what you mean. So really appreciate sharing it. Thank you. Next on the list is Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to both of you women, I do appreciate you sharing and highly respect you, and I'm really glad you're here participating in this tonight. There's been some great questions, Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, Mr. Dhaliwal as well, and I just wanted to speak to the issue that was raised by Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, which I think is why is this amendment even here? What's the reason for this amendment? And I think it's really important information to remember why this particular amendment is here. When this bill was started, the intent was fairly narrowly defined, and then through a long story which I won't repeat, there were ideas to expand this up, and ultimately it ended up in the House where
Mr. Redekop, sorry for interrupting.
the
This has already been mentioned.
on this one.
You have raised this
Madam Chair.
How this scope was expanded and all that. You have already spoken on that.
Madam Chair, this was
Point out.
Point of order.
President.
Madam Chair, you know how much affection I have for you. I love you dearly, but the interpreters have told me more than once that you need to turn your mic on to be interpreted. I understand that sometimes the conversation goes very fast, but for the health and safety of our dear employees that we appreciate very much who are working overtime tonight, I would just like to ask or do a quick reminder, as they say in Ontario. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, sorry for that. Mr. Redekop, the discussion on the scope and the expansion has already happened. So I would request you to please keep your comments on this amendment, CPC 8.
So Mr. Brunel-Duceppe raised this issue of scope, and I haven't had a chance to speak to it on this amendment, and so I need to respond to his question and his thoughts on the issue of scope as it relates to this amendment. And so,
Sorry
is this amendment here?
Sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Redekop. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe had a question that is this in order or not, which I checked with the legislative clerk. It is in order. That's why we are debating it. So that was his question, and that was already answered.
Okay, and then
So,
he
please.
further, thank you, Madam Chair. He further asked Ms. Gerard, I believe, about his question had to do, and maybe we need to go back and look at it, but his question had to do with why is this here? Because it has nothing to do with the original lost Canadians. I believe that was the question that was loosely asked. It's my loosened paraphrase of his question. And so that's why I'm speaking to this, because it's a very good question, and it does specifically get to the why it's here. And the answer to that, in order to answer that question, needs to be through the lens of scope. So that's why I'm speaking to that, and I haven't had a chance to speak to that on this amendment, and not since Mr. Brunel-Duceppe asked that question. So that's why I'm mentioning that. And so the point that's important to understand here is that the original scope was very narrow. This scope has been widened. The government purposely widened the scope, and this gets to how is an amendment like this in a bill that has to do with lost Canadians. The government specifically amended this bill to allow it to be wide open so that they could do more than just what the original intent of the bill was. And so the original intent of the bill was fairly defined, fairly simple, would have probably passed through here quite quickly. But as we know, as you add things to this bill, it complicates it, and it takes longer. However, why do you do that? Well, because you don't have a lot of opportunities to actually make changes to the Citizenship Act. And so this is an opportunity to make changes to the Citizenship Act. And so just like the originator of this bill had an idea to change the Citizenship Act, then the NDP and the Liberals got together and decided there's some other changes they wanted to make. And that's totally, within their right to suggest that, and they have the power through their grouped majority to actually make it happen. So they did. So then we ended up in a different place. We're no longer just looking at a Lost Canadians bill. We are looking at essentially a statutory review of the Citizenship Act, because this is the one opportunity that we have to suggest and make those changes that we believe are important that will improve the Citizenship Act for all future Canadians. And so that is the reason why we are looking at some of these different ideas here, because this is our chance. This is our chance to to go into the bill and to make those changes that we've discussed and hadn't had an opportunity, hadn't had a vehicle, so to speak, to make those changes. And it's the same exact logic that the government used when they decided to add some of the amendments that they added. And so I don't think I don't think it's fair to accuse, one person, one member of this committee of adding an amendment when someone else in this committee has added an amendment to do something completely that expands the scope of the original bill. So that's the better understanding of why this is here, and I hope that helps Mr. Brunel-Duceppe understand that a bit better. And we certainly want the best outcome for Canadians, and we want the Citizenship Act to reflect the best possible regulation and law that it can. And so that's why we've done this, and that's the reason why this particular amendment is in here. And so I just wanted to make that clear, Madam Chair.
Mr. Abutayev?
Thank you. I'm just going to change the questions to Madame Girard. In the existing bill that is proposed as 245, how does this amendment speak to what we have already, and do we have technically a mechanism to deal with situation where there's compassionate ground is a fact?
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, similar to my response to another member of this committee moments ago, I would just reiterate that those that are benefiting from this bill are generally receiving citizenship automatically by operation of law, and so they are not required to go through a citizenship ceremony. That would be the first point. The second point is that flexibility already exists where citizenship applicants may need accommodation. As I mentioned, we already have the possibility of virtual citizenship ceremonies. If someone misses their ceremony through no fault of their own, they can be rescheduled. If they have circumstances which may require them to have their ceremony at a later date for reasons of illness or so on or so forth, the citizenship program is facilitative and looks to accommodate those different kinds of circumstances. Thank you.
Mr. Abutayev?
Yeah, thank you. Based on historic records, do we know how often the minister intervene in these circumstances, and what's the percentage of cases versus regular cases that do exist on an annual basis? If you have those figures, I think would be helpful to the conversation. Thank you.
Ms. Girard?
Madam Chair, I don't currently have statistics before me on the number of requests for accommodation on compassionate grounds. I would have to check what data the department has and provide what is available to this committee at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Girard. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe?
Thank you. Very quickly for Madame Girard. Thank you, Madam Chair. The phrasing of the amendment talks about compassionate grounds. Now, rationally speaking, in reality, do you think that based on this description, a civil servant could really make a decision on what constitutes compassionate grounds? Do you think that legally compassionate grounds has various situations that could be involved? Would it become completely abstract? Is it defined?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Various guidelines would have to be elaborated to help people who will receive these requests. This will give them various parameters that they can use to avoid an arbitrary application of the criteria. The question would have to be asked, could this include, say, people who have financial constraints and need some flexibility? What kind of health conditions would be covered? Would people suffering from cancer be allowed an exception, but not other people with different diseases or conditions? This is the kind of difficult decision that we'd like to avoid asking civil servants to make, where these situations would be very difficult, where they'd have to decide who gets an exception. We'd like a more consistent application and an easier access to this flexibility that is sorely needed for various reasons, not just because of disability or disease or illness, but for financial considerations and all kinds of grounds. And this is why the proposal had been put forward to give people the option to take part in the ceremony, as is currently the case, or to pick an option to attend the online ceremony or to attend a ceremony later in time. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente?
Madam Chair, can I continue? Yes? Well, it could be, let's say, for parenting reason. There are single parents who... Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Well, in that case, it just completely opens the entire range of what could constitute compassionate grounds. If this amendment were to be adopted, it would create all kinds of issues. And we would be very far from the main goal of this bill, which would be to give citizenship back to people who shouldn't have lost it. Exactly, we are very far from that. Thank you, very far. And Madam Chair, I love my conservative friends, but I appreciate them very much. I understand what they're doing, and I understand what they're doing, and it's very legitimate. The Parliament process allows us to do so in committee, Madam Chair, but I'm simply wondering, and I will come back to Madame Girard. My Twitter is buzzing. There are so many people listening to us at 9:15 tonight, and I assume your husband is listening to us too, Madame Girard. There are a lot of people listening to us right now who have questions. They're wondering what game we're playing. There would only be one amendment left to vote on, which would be G10. And then we would...
If you can please keep your comments to the amendment which we have on the floor. It's amendment CPC 8. If you can please keep your comments to the amendment.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. And I will stick to the amendment. We are talking about compassionate grounds. I think we would all need a little bit of compassionate grounds tonight, Madam Chair. There are many people who are watching us tonight and wondering why we are discussing Amendment 8, CPC 8, the amendment that I am discussing right now that I can read back.
Madam Chair, you've been trying to make sure that we don't repeat ourselves, and I think we've been trying to not do that. I think Mr. Brunel-Duceppe did just raise this very same issue in his prior intervention.
We are getting into debate. Please, Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, if you can avoid repetition, please go ahead.
Of course, I had never read the amendment. I believe I can do so. It's the first time I do it, so I will read the amendment. Should a person be unable to attend an in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement only on compassionate grounds, and a virtual option should be offered in those circumstances as requested. This is a conditional tense in this phrasing, should be offered in those circumstances. Is it possible to have an amendment that would completely change the bill, that would become law with a conditional tense? Have you often seen this, that should be offered? Madam Chair, I'm not aware of every single precedent, but it is up to Parliament to legislate. As civil servants, we are here to loyally implement legislation, as we say. My understanding of the proposed amendment is that the conditional has to do with the request from the applicant. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, really, because I don't know how I'm going to vote on this amendment, Madam Chair. I'm wondering about this. How can we implement not only the difficult range of what constitutes compassionate grounds, but also how can we implement such an amendment if on top of having an extremely wide range of compassionate grounds, but on top of that, there's a conditional verb. Now, I might turn towards our legislative clerks. Is it because the English is different from the French? The English phrasing might be different. I see some conditional tense. I'm not sure. Maybe I might be mistaken. Just asking the analysts.
I will clarify with the leg clerk and get back. Mr. Brunel Dissep, I've checked with the leg clerk, so the language which has been used can be used. So the language which is being used can be used.
I have a last question on the amendment, Madam Chair. Mr. Brunel Dissep. Right now, in the current state of things, the law allows someone who would request it to attend a virtual citizenship ceremony. What changes would be brought on by this amendment to the current state of affairs? Would there be any difference? If this amendment were to be integrated in law, what would be different? Madame Girard. Through you, Madam Chair, what would change is the following. We heard the committee chair statistics for 2022. Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm struggling to hear because there's a lot of talking near me.
We have side conversations so that everyone can understand. With interpretation, it is very difficult to hear if people are speaking on the side. So please avoid side conversations. Ms. Girard.
Merci. Mon micro.
Thank you. My mic's turned on, I imagine. Good. Okay, so very briefly, from a practical standpoint, it would take away flexibility from the department, i.e. when it comes to a choice between in-person and virtual ceremonies. Such ceremonies would be limited to the application of this exception and, as requested, based on the request put forward on compassionate grounds. We wouldn't know ahead of time what they would amount to in terms of work. Madam Chair, if I may? Madam Chair? I haven't finished, Madam Chair. I have a lot to say about this amendment. Mr. Brunel Dissep. Therefore, well, here's what I was getting to. Have I lost the thread of what I was thinking? It was such a great idea. Hold on. Oh, it's come back to me. Normally at the federal government, there's a one-stop shop where the public's complaints can be processed about departments. I'm sure your department has had complaints filed about it. Now, since there's been virtual citizenship ceremonies, have you received any complaints from people who've participated in those ceremonies who complained that they weren't able to take part in person? Or, Madam Chair, I'm not aware of any complaint of that kind. And, well, it's possible, but I don't want to go there. I'm not sure. And I imagine that had that kind of complaint been filed, I would know about it. Now, Mr. Brunel just said, thank you, Madam Chair. Now, has there been any complaints from individuals who would have liked to have had an in-person citizenship ceremony who were unable to do so and who were given the option of a virtual ceremony and who refused a virtual ceremony because they didn't agree with the process being proposed? Ms. Girard. Madam Chairperson, from what I'm aware of, if there are applicants scheduled for a virtual ceremony, but they really, really want an in-person ceremony, it's my understanding that we bend over backwards to accommodate such individuals. Thank you very much. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Well, I think that'll be all for the time being. Thank you, after all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I actually want to go back to Mr. Dollywall's conversation that he had there. I was going to ask him a question because he does have a lot of constituents in his riding that he does lots of immigration cases. You could ask a question. But I don't see him here. He must have just stepped out. Do you want to come back to me when he comes back?
Yeah, we will come back. Mr. Kurek?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, I'm happy to cede the floor back to
Mr. Kurek has the floor, then we will go back to Mr. Hoback.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just specifically related to, there's 2 points. One, very specifically related to the amendment and just the carving out of an exemption here, I think, and ensuring that the responsibility is placed upon those who will be new citizens, and then obviously there's a much larger conversation to be had, which we will not have tonight, surrounding the immigration backlogs and certainly some of the challenges, and I know certainly, although my office may not have as much volume, we've certainly there's a host that could be talked about. I won't go there. However, I did want to specifically off what was said in the previous comments, Madam Chair, is I have received a fair amount of feedback from constituents and their families who have been frustrated with the move to Zoom ceremonies. So it's certainly my hope that would filter its way up. Although I also know that when I've heard from constituents, they also are, in many cases, when they've come from countries where where governments are not welcome, where governments do not welcome criticism. Sometimes they're unwilling or feel like they may not be able to, rock the boat, so to speak, if I could use that expression. But as quite often, it's then as a member of Parliament that in developing relationship with constituents, specifically navigating the intricacies of casework, and especially those circumstances that end up in our offices, are generally the ones that fall through the cracks. That's and to ensure that, but certainly, I've heard from a host of constituents and their families as well that they would have preferred to have an in-person option, and then further that there's been a number of instances where I've heard from constituents that when there's been requests to accommodate, it's and specifically the desire for there to be that in-person option. And in fact, a very, very touching story. It was in the height of COVID. There was a celebration, an outdoor celebration actually, that took place where they did the ceremony virtually and then had an outdoor celebration. They were really disappointed that they couldn't do it together in person, and then had an outdoor distanced celebration that would resemble somewhat of a wedding or graduation type thing. It was a very, very touching story. I was sent pictures. It was very, very moving. So it's certainly feedback that I've heard, and I know if I'm one of 338 members of Parliament hearing that feedback, I have no doubt that there is additional members. But just to note that certainly those going through the process, they don't want to question the process for the country that they're asking to become a citizen of, and so there's a hesitancy. And especially when you hear some of the stories of those who have come to Canada because they're fleeing persecution or whatever the case is, it's completely valid because their past experience informs their perspective. And although in some cases they learn how our free and democratic openness and the ability to criticize and the freedoms associated with fair elections.
Please, Mr. Kurek.
Absolutely, and that's where that the ability to ensure that those voices are heard. So, in relation to a question that I had asked in previous, and I won't ask the officials to re-answer, but it would be very helpful to understand what that feedback, and I assume roundtables and whatnot, it would be very helpful to understand what types of responses were given to that as we're confronted with having to deal with some of these circumstances, so there could be that wholesome understanding to ensure that policy is actually reflective of what is in the best interests of the people of this country, and not necessarily a particular agenda. And with that, I would close my comments for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, so we'll go back to Mr. Hoback.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I'd like to just ask a few questions to Mr. Dhaliwal, because he does handle a lot of immigration cases, and I worked with the gentleman in other committees, and I know he's a fairly honorable person, and he wants what's best. I guess I was curious if he'd have an example on compassionate grounds and how they functioned right now, and how this amendment would change that. And if it's not accurate, then what would you do to amend it to make it accurate so it makes it better?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first of all, I would like to explain why I left. So I left because you develop good relationships on the other side, when you travel together. And when it comes to Mr. Hoback, is one of those friends on the other side that we have developed a very great relationship. And so does Larry Mughal. But he was in the room. I was telling him.
On the amendment,
I'm going to come back to the point. I'm going to come back to the point, Madam Chair, because I went there to tell Larry. I say, Larry,
please come to the point.
Okay. Okay, Madam Chair, the question he asked me, it's a very serious question. In fact, I see many cases, that come to our office, which are of compassionate nature. And then, not necessarily because we are elected people, we have a heart, but when it comes to officials, but they have to go through a lot of things when they make the decision, not necessarily just, because the thing that is compassionate to us, that will fit their criteria, because they have to make sure that they do their judicial duty to determine that case. And today, if we look at this, any case that we apply or we inquire, the waiting time, as earlier mentioned, Madam Chair, is 34 to 36 months, because they have to make sure that they do their judicial duty. That
I think this point has been raised earlier, explained. So, Mr. Mazir, you asked the question, so the next I have on the floor the question is.
The question, he didn't really get a chance to go to answer it.
I think he has explained it. So, Mr. Mazir, Mr. Reddy-Kopp.
Let me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just.
He didn't get a chance to answer the question. He was just heading there.
Are you pointing an order, Rich?
Are you ordering it?
That what he was trying to explain has already been explained.
No,
so I'll go to Mr. Reddy-Kopp.
Point of order, Chair? I was asking if he had any suggestions.
We are going into debate. It's not a point of order.
You haven't even heard me, so how can you say it's debate?
You have already raised this.
No,
he
I
has
have not.
answered
you don't know
it.
what I'm going to say. Ma'am, I asked if he had any suggestions to amend it to make it better so it functioned better. He has not gotten to that point of his answer. So could you give him the floor so he can complete his answer?
Madam Chair.
Give a quick answer without going into other conversations.
The short answer is I already explained that we should give an opportunity for people who want to have this oath ceremony in person. They should be able to go in person. And if people do not want to go in person, that they are satisfied, because we are fighting for them. In fact, the Conservatives are fighting for those people that want to do it in person. So the department is already giving them the opportunity if they want to go and have a personal oath. And we already have that on, if it's a matter of a compassionate reason that people will not be able to go in any reason, so they should be able to do it anyways, instead of department determining that and delaying for another 3 to 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Reddy-Kopp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for your advice, we will have another amendment after this one, just so that you're aware. I wanted to go back. Mr. Brunel Duceppe had asked the officials about this question of compassionate grounds, because I think it's a good question. And I just need some clarity, I guess, from the officials on this. It sounded like you were not very supportive of the wording, because it's not specific enough, I think, is generally what you were saying. But I guess where I'm confused on that is that not what regulations are for? Is that not something that's done on a very regular basis? And why? I'm sure there are many examples of legislation that are not clear down to the specific details, but it's the implementation by the department through the regulations, through the gazetting process, that actually goes through and enumerates all of those important details that we as legislators don't have the ability and the insights, frankly, to do. And I think I would say that you probably don't want legislation coming from us that is very prescriptive and very specific, because it's likely to cause unintended consequences, as we've talked many times at these hearings on. So I would just, I guess I asked that question to the officials, Madam Chair.
Gerard.
Madam Chair, as has been mentioned, that flexibility is needed in the system to accommodate a variety of circumstances. But the larger point I've been seeking to make through my comments about design and how the program is delivered is that one size fits all and equality is not equity. Right now, as Mr. Dhaliwal has mentioned, people who, and others have mentioned, people who have compassionate circumstances have to come forward to the department, have to make a request. The request needs to be assessed. That takes additional time. It can take additional documentation. And citizenship is delayed. And the Government of Canada needs to do better in terms of accessibility and in terms of how we serve Canadians. And so rather than having the critically ill come on bended knee and say, I need compassionate circumstances and I need some flexibility and I'd still like to become a citizen, the idea is to accommodate these kinds of circumstances by design, by saying, if you have no issues and you wish to attend your ceremony, select that option and take your oath at your ceremony. If you have some circumstances, don't take additional months to make a special, exceptional request to the department for accommodation. Select an e-oath, become a citizen right away, and celebrate that ceremony with your loved ones at a later date when it's possible for you, if that's an opportunity that you would like to take up. And so I have no further comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So here's my takeaway from this. Were this amendment to be implemented, it would mean a lot more paperwork, a lot more red tape. Correct. Yes, absolutely. The Conservatives are the champions of common sense, according to them, and they want to cut back on delays and paperwork and bureaucracy and red tape. Are they perhaps involuntarily, through this amendment, adding further delays to the processing of applications? Madam Chairperson, I am entirely convinced that would be the unintended consequence of the Conservatives' proposal, which I'm sure is well-intentioned, but from a practical standpoint, when it comes to implementing it, well, you're right. Thank you. Mr. Brunel Duceppe, I'm so sorry, Madam Chairperson. I beg your indulgence. Now, if we were to vote in favour of this amendment and it became law, Ms. Girard, how would that change things? And let's be hypothetical again in our discussion. There's been a number of hypotheses put forward, and a lot of this hasn't actually panned out. But there are a lot of unique situations, aren't there, when it comes to lost Canadians? And so we have to engage in hypothesizing. Now, were this amendment to pass, how would things change concretely? And let me give you a concrete case. Were Quebec to become a nation in a couple of years' time, and the children of Canadian citizens who are born after Quebec becomes sovereign, well, Canada recognises dual citizenship. Those who are born in Canada, Quebecers, would have both Quebec and Canadian citizenship, but the children of Quebecers who are born abroad of an independent Quebec, from an independent Quebec, they would get citizenship as first generation and as second generation persons, correct? So were this amendment to pass, what would happen if Quebec became a nation? And what would happen to the second and third generation of those born outside Canada, even if they live in an independent Quebec? Madam Chair, I couldn't comment on a theoretical scenario involving Quebec. However, what I can do is confirm the following. The amendments that were already voted on by the committee to benefit the children of Canadians born abroad, i.e. outside Canada in the second generation and subsequent generations, would have access to citizenship on the proviso that the Canadian parent met the connection or ties test as defined by the committee. So perhaps the member could consider that a response to his particular hypothetical scenario. Second response, regarding the amendment up for debate, this amendment wouldn't have that result in the sense that they are people who would become citizens automatically without a ceremony. Those who are Canadians born abroad would not have a ceremony to attend in the first place. Mr. Brunet-Duceppe, well, that was the answer I was looking for, and I'm sorry I went about it in a roundabout way. This amendment will not in any way, shape or form change the way folks of first and second generation get their citizenship if they're born abroad. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right.
Madam Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment, sub-amendment. So using some common sense here, should a person be unable to attend in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement and then strike only on compassionate grounds. So then, and start over again on, and a virtual option, strike should, and then be offered in those circumstances as requested.
I will repeat. So the change which he is requesting is that it will read as, should a person be unable to attend an in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement and a virtual option be offered in those circumstances as requested. Is that the... Yes. Is that the sub-amendment? Yes, Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
Est-ce qu'on peut l'avoir?
Could we get it in writing in French, please, Madam Chair, because I don't want to put too much pressure on our interpreters who are working very hard. It shouldn't be up to them to try to come up with the phrasing for a sub-amendment or an amendment. So I'd like to get the official version in French. Thank you.
Can you do that? I will ask Mr. Messier to please read it again, and Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, hope you can get the translation. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry to tell you, but interpretation is not considered as official phrasing for an amendment or a sub-amendment, and that is in their task description, Madam Chair. I'm very sorry. That is how it is. We have two official languages in Canada, my dear friend. If you want to table an amendment or a sub-amendment, you have to hand it in French and in English. That is the official process. If you want to follow Canadian laws, that's how it has to be done.
I will suspend the meeting for 2 minutes. Mr. Messier, if you can give it in both languages. I will read I will read the text as it will stand after the sub-amendment, so everyone can hear the translation. The copies are not being provided. Should a person be unable to attend an in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement and a virtual option be offered in those circumstances as requested. So it's striking off only on compassionate grounds after the word requirement, and also the word should after the virtual option. So we have some amendment on the floor. Mr. Messier.
Madam Chair, and this, I think, really does strike a nice balance between everything that's been said. For the department, they have very clear directions that, look, we've got a compromise there. Even if someone doesn't have access to anything, there is an escape hatch. And I think this is one of the more concerning things I've seen in any type of legislation we write. There's many, many times that people in rural Canada are forgotten. And it's not on purpose. I know it's not, but that flavor, that ability for a citizen or a person to be able to appeal the process and to be able to work with the government and work with the department, this clause, this phrase would be able to, for them to be able to do that. And I think it's an important thing to do, especially when it comes to citizenship. You're still dealing with a new person in this country, and they're very unfamiliar, and for heaven's sakes, they'd be very intimidated in dealing with the government. And, they'd be questioning everything they were doing anyways. And I think this would show a kind of a nice balance to the intent of this legislation. And I would hope that hopefully the committee can support this one amendment, and it would really address and put some calm over the whole process and over the whole bill. Thank you.
Mr. Currick and then Mr. Brunel Desep.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to Mr. Messier for what I think is really getting at the heart of both what I think Conservatives are trying to accomplish with this amendment, but also in light of the feedback received from other parties and officials, to make sure that it gives the discretion required while maintaining the heart of what we're endeavoring to accomplish, and that is to ensure that the value of that process of joining the Canadian family is in fact preserved, maintained, and I think actually, if one looks at this amendment in the context of the larger conversation, and specifically the sub-amendment that takes in some of that feedback, and we're endeavoring to be constructive here, to that it accomplishes and checks all the boxes required to ensure that what would be passed as part of Bill S 245 actually accomplishes this stated objective. And and I won't get into some of the details about the scope being opened up and some of the debates surrounding Senator Martin and some of the past elements of what got us to this point. I won't go there, but I think that certainly I would hope that members of this committee would see that we're certainly willing to be constructive and collaborative, and getting to a point where it addresses some of the concerns that have been raised and results in what I think will be a step forward both for this amendment but also for the bill itself.
Thank you, Mr. Brunel Desep.
Yes, so if I understand correctly, what I have as a sub-amendment is that it would be, should a person be unable to attend an in-person citizenship ceremony, the minister may waive this requirement and a virtual option be offered in those circumstances as requested. Is that what we have? Yes. Madame Girard, if the sub-amendment and the amended amendment is adopted, as I've just read it, what would be the difference with the current state of affairs? Madam Chair, we are not sure on the side of the officials today that there would be much of a big difference between the proposed phrasing and the current state of implementation and offering of citizenship ceremonies. However, this does not reflect the regulatory proposal, as I've mentioned earlier, of having, say, a third pathway for people who, for whichever reason or circumstance, cannot attend an in-person or a virtual ceremony. And that can be for very good reason, be they temporary or permanent. This would be a future option, a future proposal. It would have to be. That's all I had to say. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe? Thank you. I understand, but this wouldn't change anything or bring this third pathway if we adopt this, right? As things stand, if someone wants to attend a citizenship ceremony remotely, sorry, I'm just waiting because they're discussing. Madam Chair, I apologize. Could the member repeat his question, please? My question? Of course. Sorry. I might have misunderstood, but if this was adopted, it would amend and bring about this third pathway you mentioned? Madame Gérard. Well, Madam Chair, the regulatory proposal is the following. On top of having the possibility to choose to attend a ceremony, as is currently the case, the proposal is that a citizenship applicant could also select a third pathway, this option to swear their oath of citizenship online and to celebrate or participate to a ceremony at a further date. With this current phrasing, it does not appear evident that this option would be there. The current phrasing that we have on paper seems to reflect the current situation where there is an in-person ceremony where people are in the same room and there is also virtual participation. But there is not this element that is in the regulatory proposal where people can also choose to swear their oath through an online portal and then participate in a ceremony at a later date. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, I understand what you're saying. Now, I did not write the phrasing. They sub-amended their own amendment. Now, I will read it in French. The English is different. It says virtual option. Virtual option. That could be that online link.
Yes, Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madam Chair, there's important discussion going on, but earlier, Madam Kwan has raised that, if it's a hard stop at 10 o'clock, we should give her an opportunity to bring that motion if she want to, on students.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe has the floor. Let him finish. Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
Wait.
Yes. My point is the following. With the sub-amendment from our conservative friends that amended their own amendment, I feel like it changes absolutely nothing to what is currently being done. I think you've answered my question where you're yourself wondering about this whole pathway of clicking a link and then being able to do the ceremony further, but virtual option could be interpreted that way. Madame Gérard. Madam Chair, it is possible, but it would have to be determined later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Reddycop.
I want to speak to the sub-amendment. And so
we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And we will have no services beyond 10 o'clock. So Ms. Kwan indicated, Ms. Kwan, would you like to have the floor, because you mentioned in the beginning, to add to it? Yes, Mr. Hoback.
I understood that you have run out of budget for this committee, so you don't have budget for meals and things like that. Are you going to propose increasing the budget for these meetings so that members and interpreters and staff can actually be properly fed at night? instead of just ordering in pizza at the last minute?
I will work with the clerk on that and to see what can be done on that.
Will you be bringing that?
Ms. Kwan.
No, excuse me?
Yes, Mr. Hoback.
Will you be bringing that to committee then to review and vote on? Because you will actually have to amend the original budget.
I will discuss it with the clerk and with the authorities and then get back to the committee.
when can
What
we
the decision is, I will have to check on that and then get back
When can I expect for you to get back to
in the
us?
next meeting.
In the next meeting?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Reddycop.
I'm trying to understand what's going on here, and forgive me because I don't necessarily know all the rules. But we are debating an amendment and then a sub-amendment, and there's a speaking list I believe you have on your paper there. And so I'm confused as to what, and maybe the clerks can help us out here, the clerk. How are we moving to Ms. Kwan when you have a speaking order and we're on a clause by clause sub-amendment?
Mr. Taliban, let me clarify that. She mentioned, and I said to her that she can do that in the end. I have the speaking list that will be maintained, and we will be coming back to that. So with that, I pass the.
Madam Chair, I'm not done on the point of order. I'd like to know, I guess, because that doesn't jive with what I know about how committees work. So I'm just maybe, can the clerk confirm that that is something that that you actually can do?
Based on the resources, we are getting out of it, I'm suspending the meeting and I have the speaking list. We will come back to it. The meeting is suspended.